my beautiful little unicorns, and welcome back to my channel. If this is indeed the first time that you're on my channel, my name is Vanessa Somuayina, and I'd like to welcome you into the fam. The day has finally come. This is the official launch of the Wild Muse Oracle deck, an amazing 54 card deck that I have been working on for the past 2 years, and I'm so proud to announce that it's finally here. You guys, this feels like an absolute dream come true, and I can't wait to use these cards within your July predictions and horoscopes. But first, I hope you don't mind if I show you this magical oracle deck. As you guys know, this is the third deck that I have self-published. My other two decks, the Gentle Heart Tarot and the Pastel Journey Tarot, have been tarot decks with 78 cards. But I wanted to create something that's easy for all of you to use, whether you have any prior knowledge about tarot or you simply love oracle cards and are a beginner. Because with the Wild Muse Oracle deck, you don't need any prior knowledge. These cards are easy to understand and absolutely stunning, beautiful, and high quality. I'll put a timestamp below as well as the time on the screen right here, so you can fast forward if you just want to skip straight to your July predictions. But for all of you who want to celebrate this launch with me and have a little peek into the Wild Muse Oracle deck, just keep watching. So first and foremost, the Wild Muse Oracle deck comes in this stunning collector's box that feels super soft. I selected this gorgeous satin finish to ensure that whenever you held your deck, it was really gentle to the touch, and I also used a lot of these sparkly gold details all across the deck. So as you can see, depending on how the light hits the box and the contents of this box, you have this amazing gold reflection. And of course, on the back of the deck, we've got the description. This complete 54 card oracle deck and guidebook inspires you to think big, be bold, and live life to the fullest. Allow the Wild Muse Oracle to spark your imagination, help you overcome perceived limitations, and fill your soul with innovation. Of course, the link to the Wild Muse Oracle deck can be found below in the description box, and I will also pin it to the comment section. Just like my other two tarot decks, this deck of course ships worldwide, so no matter where you are in this world, I can get a copy to you. This is what it looks like when you open it up. It is absolutely stunning, gorgeous, and luxurious. I also added some affirmations to the inner part of the box of the deck, so every time you use it, you see them, you read them, and you feel them. And furthermore, we splurged on a hardcover guidebook. That's right. The guidebook, of course, also has all of the gold details, and that's just one pet peeve of mine. I absolutely love when creators go the extra mile to make decks super beautiful. Even if that makes the whole process more time intensive and costly, I want you to love this deck for years and even decades to come. So of course, the sides of the booklet have the gold detail as well. The hardcover guidebook offers explanations to all of the cards as well as some of my favorite spreads, and it helps you better understand the thought process behind each individual card. So within the box of the deck, you have this super luxurious and beautiful velvet tray, and you can of course lift your cards out of the compartment with a little black ribbon to ensure that you don't damage or harm your cards. So let's get them out, shall we? I've been so excited to do this. And of course, within the space where the cards sit, we have more gold details because you guys just know the unicorn mom thinks of all the little details. I never cheap out on you guys when it comes to these decks because these are my passion project. I want you guys to love all of my tarot and oracle decks, and even if that means that they're a lot more costly to produce. I strongly believe that the type of energy that you put out there and into your projects is the type of energy that you'll receive in return, and we're not here to be cheap with one another. So anyways, you guys, sorry for the rambling. Let's get into the cards. These are the backs of the cards. I absolutely love the backs. Again, the gilding game is strong. The sides of the Wild Muse Oracle cards are gilded too, and we've got some more gold details on the front of all of the cards. And I have used these cards throughout all of your July predictions, so you can check out what the individual depictions look like. But I'll also put some depictions of the cards on the screen right now. You guys, I own hundreds of decks. I've never seen a tarot or oracle deck like this before, and I'm so excited for all of you to have fun using this deck too. So that is the gist of the Wild Muse Oracle deck. I'm trying to keep it brief, but it's hard hard for me to contain my excitement. I will talk more about it in upcoming videos. And last but not least, I definitely want to give a shout out to my beautiful illustrator, Erin, for creating these stunning depictions. I absolutely love her style of drawing, her creativity, and the vibrant colors that she included. And without her, this deck wouldn't have been possible. So I'll leave her Instagram link in the description box too. So I don't want to make this intro too long. I will now get into explaining how this video works in order for you to receive your July predictions and horoscopes. Thank you so much, my beautiful unicorn family, for always sticking by me and supporting all of my creative ventures. I couldn't have done it without each and every one of you, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for this. But now let's move into your July predictions, shall we? So guys, this is how your July predictions work. In just a moment's time, I'm going to introduce you to 4 groups that I have prepared for you, and I would like you to pick one of these 4 groups intuitively. And you picking one of those 4 groups that I've prepared for you will make for the first round of your July predictions. And then things get even more fun and personal as you get to scroll down into the description box or to the top of the comment section, where I have pinned each and every zodiac sign's timestamp. And what I recommend for you to do is to select your sun as well as your rising sign's timestamp, and you will instantly be taken to the relevant part of this video where you will receive your sign's July horoscope. And of course, if you're interested in love, I have all of your July love predictions linked below. I created a video specifically for that a few days ago. So now let's get into it. I'll introduce you to the 4 groups that I have prepared for you for the first round of your July predictions. So the 4 groups that I have prepared for you, which represent the first part of your July predictions and tarot horoscopes, are as follows. Group number 1 corresponds to the Wild Muse Oracle deck. Group number 2 corresponds to the Sacred Sea Oracle deck. Group number 3 corresponds to the Spirit Animal Oracle deck. And group number 4 corresponds to the Starcodes Astro Oracle deck. But as usual, the timestamps to all 4 of these groups, as well as each sign of the zodiac, can be found below in the description box, as well as pinned to the top of the comment section. I'll now provide you with a little moment of privacy, so you can pause the video right here if you need to and take a moment to meditate on the 4 groups. And I'll be back in just a second to guide you into your July predictions. So by now, you've hopefully been able to select one of these 4 groups in order to receive the first part of your July readings. And furthermore, I have all of the most important celestial events written down in the description box too. So whether you're interested in knowing about July 13th, which is the full moon supermoon within Capricorn, or you're interested in July 28th and the new moon being in Leo, simply read up on these celestial events below in the description box. You guys, this has been an intro. This has been a big one, and we still gotta do the thumbnail. So guys, that is it for the intro from me. I will be starting off with the first group, which of course corresponds to the Wild Muse Oracle deck. And to all of my other beautiful, fabulous, magical groups, I will catch you at the click of your timestamp. Hello, group number 1, and welcome to the first part of your July 2022 predictions. You chose the Wild Muse Oracle deck. Excellent choice, group number 1. So let's get into your July readings in order to figure out exactly what is coming towards you, and of course, also to reveal this fabulous oracle deck that I just published. I'm so excited and proud of this, and I can't wait to show you what these cards look like. But I will be using this deck throughout the July predictions in this entire video, so if you want to get a better look at all of the cards, feel free to scroll through these readings. So let's get into it. First and foremost, we've got healthy boundaries. Now, group number 1, I can see that July is an important month for you to not only set up your boundaries, but to create them in a way that feels healthy for you. After all, healthy boundaries are an important part of relationships and of life in general. So group number 1, I see that July is going to encourage you to not only create those boundaries if you feel like some of them are missing, but also to uphold them no matter what anyone may say, and regardless of whether someone else feels as though your boundaries are necessary or not. These boundaries are here in order to make you you feel safe and you feel secure as well as happy in your relationships, not in order for you to gain approval from anyone else. Next up, we've got emotional baggage. So you're going to be addressing some of the emotional baggage that you've been carrying around with you these past few months or even years, group number one. So this will be a really interesting month for you, as on one side, you're definitely setting healthy boundaries, which allows you on the other side of the equation to address some baggage and some things that you didn't feel safe enough to address in the past, but because you're being very picky about who's allowed to be within your space and your aura, you have the freedom and you feel secure enough in order to finally unpack some of the things that you've been carrying with you. Next up, we've got unconscious games. Ooh, we've got some truth bombs from the Wild Muse Oracle deck, group number one, because in unconscious games, I can see that you're going to have this epiphany, this moment of enlightenment where you understand that someone has been playing games with you. However, in July, it's becoming very evident to you that you have to trust people's actions, not their words, and you too are going to take action based on other people's reactions and ways of treating you and how honest other people are, because you're not with it for anyone who is manipulative or anyone who low-key or high-key has very narcissistic traits. You're setting those boundaries, you're calling them out, and you're not taking on any more emotional baggage for someone who's trying to offload their dead weight onto you. Next up, we've got boss up. Now, group number one, your guides in the universe is definitely encouraging you to not only step up to the plate when it comes to being a leader, but to boss up overall, to not be afraid to put yourself out there as a winner, as a boss, as an entrepreneur, a leader, or just overall an amazing role model for other people, because you have what it takes in order to not only accomplish amazing things within your career, but also within your private life and your community. So don't be afraid to step up to the plate. But let's see what else. Oh, okay. We've also got some perfect moments for you. Now, group number one, I can see here that July is going to have many fantastic moments and many fantastic little instances where you feel as though life is really going in the right direction. And in correspondence to you addressing some of your emotional baggage, realizing that some people have been playing games of maybe victimizing themselves and playing as though they're helpless just in order to get your help and affection, even though they're fully capable of doing their own things, and setting boundaries around yourself, your energy, and your time. That is truly making you feel like you're bossing up and you're able to finally experience some carefree time and some perfect moments where you can lean back, relax, and enjoy everything that you have worked so hard to accomplish. I see here within the Eight of Acorns reversed that your energy is essential for you to take care of, as I can see here within the Eight of Acorns, that if you want to continue to generate these types of results, you definitely need to keep energy vampires at arm's length, group number one. And I see within the Four of Acorns that the best thing for you to do is to just stay deeply connected to a community that makes you feel uplifted. So whether that is a community at your school or at your work, whether that is some sort of association where you can bond with like-minded individuals, it's important for you to spend time with those who fill up your cup and make you feel more energized after you spent time with them, rather than those that deplete you. And that is most likely why we also have these healthy boundaries as the focal point of July for you, group number one. So if you've always felt as though there are certain family members or friends or colleagues, coworkers who have been overstepping healthy boundaries, maybe even for years or decades, it's never too late to set your boundaries, group number one. And of course, it may take them time to adjust to it, and they may all of a sudden become a little nasty or try to tear your boundaries back down, but you don't need to allow that to happen. Bear that in mind. Next up, we've got the Queen of Acorns reversed. So for you, group number 1, I can see that a fire sign is going to feel really butthurt about this. So think a Leo, a Sagittarius, or an Aries, someone who is used to getting their way, someone who has a good deal of female energy. They may identify as female, and they're not going to like that you're setting these healthy boundaries, as the parts of them that are very fiery, that are driven and can sometimes be very impulsive and egotistical, those parts of this person are going to feel really attacked, and they're going to try to do whatever they can in order to show you that, oh, you don't need these boundaries. You don't need to protect yourself. You don't need to protect your emotional well-being, but you know that is just a tactic to keep you attached and to keep you compliant, and you know better than that, group number 1. So you're, of course, not going to fall for it. Next up, we've got truth. You know the truth. That's what July is about, group number 1. For you, it's all about being real with yourself, all about being real with which ways you've maybe carried too much of other people's responsibilities on your back and put those things on your plate, and just being honest with those around you as well, whether they like it or not. That is a true boss move, being able to be honest and unafraid about speaking your truth as well as your boundaries. I see that justice will be served, and that even if you're being made to feel worried about setting boundaries and bossing up, know here that your intention is all that matters. Some people will pretend like they're very butthurt, or they will tell you that they're so deeply shaken by the fact that you have come to this epiphany, to this moment of awakening, of understanding that some people have been playing unconscious games with you. But remember here that your intent of creating a healthier lifestyle for yourself and simply enjoying some perfect, amazing moments in this lifetime, that is what matters. And that is the type of energy that you will attract back into your life. So don't worry when people tell you that they don't want things to change, because if your intent is just to create a healthier environment for yourself and others, then there is no reason for you to feel as though you will receive any negative energy moving forward or in the future. There is absolutely no reason why that should happen or come your way, group number 1. Next up, we've got healing. And now July is going to be a very healing month for you, because the truth is going to be unearthed and opened up, and you're unafraid to delve deeper. This is a very important and pivotal month for you in 2022. That's one thing that I can see, group number 1. So do make sure that you check out your zodiac signs prediction, your sun and your rising sign at least, if not your moon sign as well, if you've got time and capacity for that, because I can see that we will be uncovering a lot of details that will show you exactly why July is such an important month for you, not only when it comes to healing, but also being shown that when you go into a situation with good intent and you hurt people in a way that was not purposely done, or you, for example, make mistakes that of course weren't done on purpose, you will easily be forgiven, and you will be able to learn and grow from that situation. And that can really give you a lot of healing and stability, as you know that as long as you have good intent, you will always be held, and the universe will always be there to guide you and to catch you. I see here within your spirit guide that it will become very clear to you that you've got guides who simply want the best for you surrounding you, group number 1. And these guides may be animal spirit guides. They may be spirit guides from deceased loved ones or deceased pets. Do know here that they help create balance, and they help remind you that you're not alone in this world, even when you sometimes feel like you have to go through really difficult moments by yourself, and like you don't have all of the help and support that you feel like you need or you feel like you could benefit from. It's okay, group number 1. Sometimes friends and family can be busy, and sometimes you will go through moments where you don't have as many social contacts as you'd like, but you can still get through any types of challenges or difficulties. Next up, we've got sacrifices. So I do see here that July is going to come with some sacrifices that you'll have to make in form of your time, in form of maybe cutting some people out of your life who simply are not bringing any joy to it. That is the most likely version of sacrifices that I see for you, group number one, just because, you know, you're setting your boundaries, you're realizing that someone wasn't quite telling you the truth or wasn't as much as a helpless individual as they made themselves out to be, just in order to kind of take advantage of your kindness. So the sacrifices come with letting go of those types of relationships that aren't equal, where you feel as though reciprocity is missing, and that will allow you to not only move on and stick to your truth and your integrity, but it will also just be an amazing signal to anyone else trying to come into your life that you value yourself, your time, and your energy, and you're not going to allow anyone to play with your vibe or to have access to you who doesn't have at least positivity and support to offer to your existence. Next up, we've got the Six of Swords. So you're kind of sailing and drifting into a new cycle and a new beginning within your existence when it comes to how you feel and think about friendships and connections in your life, group number one. You don't want to be manipulated anymore. You don't want to be friends or acquaintances with anyone who is all about playing subconscious and unconscious games with people, who is all about, you know, seeing what they can get out of a situation, seeing how they can give in order to take. Because unfortunately, there are people who are narcissistic. There are people who only give when they want to receive. And weeding those individuals out of your life, I can see, is going to be so freeing, so liberating, and uplifting for you. The Chariot shows me quick forward movement in July, and that makes a lot of sense. Do you know that Mercury and the Sun enter Leo on July 19th and July 20th, which signifies a lot of speed as well as a lot of upcoming events that are taking place in quick succession. Also, another thing about the Chariot is that it corresponds to the zodiac sign of Cancer. July is still a month in which there is a lot of Cancerian heavy energy, and Cancer is a protector. Cancer is here to support, to love, as well as to uplift. And furthermore, another thing about the Chariot is that it signifies victory as well as self-assertion and you being in control of where you're going next. So July is shaping up to be an awesome month for you, and definitely a month of sticking up for yourself. And as we spoke about many times, group number one, setting those healthy boundaries so you can access some of the depths of yourself that you've maybe been hiding from, or you haven't had the time to truly look into and truly work on. Next up, we've got the Page of Coins. Now, the Page of Coins shows me here that it's important for you during the month of July to have a positive effect on this world. Even if it's a small one, you want to do the best that you can in order to leave a really great mark on this world, group number one. And I see in the Page of Coins that you're doing a lot of things for the first time and you're putting your best foot forward in them. And these things are connected to the material realm, to the earthly realm. So think trying new things in your career, trying new ways of being effective and productive within your life, and also trying different routines that can help you really accomplish things that you were maybe too afraid to do in the past. I can see within the Devil for you, group number one, that there will be some temptation to fall back into old patterns or to give in to people who are super persuasive and telling you that everything's okay, you don't need healthy boundaries. They were actually telling you the truth. They weren't playing any unconscious games, but follow your intuition, group number one, and bear in mind here that when someone is desperate to to keep you around, especially if you're doing something for them. They will say whatever they can in order to convince you that their wrongdoing was okay, especially if they are struggling with a personality disorder. That doesn't mean that they're a terrible person. It just simply shows that they may not even have control over the type of manipulation that they're trying to do. Now, I have my runes here for you. Let's pull a couple runes, group number 1, before we move into your zodiac portion. So these crystal runes can be a little loud. I just wanted to point that out before we get into it. So what do we have here? Let's zoom in for you. So within this rune, we've got Awaz. It actually looks like the letter M, but it corresponds to the letter E, and this is how we read this rune. Now, Awaz corresponds to transportation, as well as the symbol of the horse, and Awaz is also a symbol of partnership. So I see that you can move forward, right? We've got the transportation aspect, and we had the chariot for you too, which is about forward movement in partnership and in connectivity with people who have the same goals and aspirations as you do. And if you don't feel as though you have anyone who you can truly deeply trust, don't forget that you've got your spirit guides with you when all else fails. Let's see what else we've got. Okay, so let's zoom in on this rune for you, group number 1. So here we have a rune that corresponds to Hagalaz. Now, Hagalaz is corresponding to the letter H, and it actually stands for hailstorms. Hagalaz also means that there may be big changes and potentially also destruction and loss. And this makes a lot of sense when we speak about the sacrifices that you're going to have to make in July if you want to move forward with your healthy boundaries, not only being enforced but also upheld effortlessly. You may have to kind of destroy some of the connections, some of the bridges, if people continue to misuse them, or if people continue to try to use your weaknesses or your soft spots in order to gain access for you to use your time and your energy for their own advantage and in order for them to have some sort of gain in their life. So don't be afraid here within Hagalaz to be okay with some relationships being lost that didn't serve you or will not continue to serve you moving forward. Not every relationship is meant to last forever, group number 1, and that's one thing that July is very clearly going to show you in form of a big epiphany. Now, group number 1, this is the first part of your prediction that I've received for you. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to now scroll down into the description box, click your zodiac sign, and you'll be fast forwarded to part 2, which is even more personalized, where we go even further into your July tarot horoscope. So I'll catch you over during your zodiac signs reading. Hello, group number 2, and welcome to your July predictions and tarot horoscopes. We're going to start the first part of your reading with the Sacred Sea Oracle deck, which you chose. So let's get right into it. I will also be using the Wild Muse Oracle deck, so don't worry about that. But let's start off with the Sacred Sea Oracle, shall we? So first and foremost, we've got the Sea Goddess of Momentum. I can see that during the month of July, you will find that communication is consistent in your life. So whether that is with a romantic partner with whom you've been with for a long time, or a new person, someone who you're romantically interested in, or a friend that you've just made, there will be consistent communication, constant back and forths, and lots of laughter, as well as points of connection, right? Lots of bonding moments is what I can see here for the month of July. Furthermore, we've got the dolphin spirit. So activating more bliss, more happiness, and also being really social is what I see for the month of July. Now, this may be something that you don't do very often, especially if you're an introvert. You may be more of a homebody, someone who likes to stay home, group number 2, but July is definitely going to be a little different. It's going to activate more bliss, more togetherness and just spending time outside of your home and with other people, but it's all going to be in good spirit and it's going to be filled with fun. So think social gatherings such as birthdays. You may have some Cancerians or Leos that are close to you who are celebrating a birthday, but you may also have some sort of gathering like a wedding to go to. Next up, we've got the Coral Reef Sea Queen for you. I see that you're becoming super aware of your environment, group number 2, in so many different ways in which you haven't been aware of your environment in the past. So taking a lot of pleasure in the little things, like finding little caterpillars on a plant and thinking to yourself that this is really beautiful. Spending time in the nature and just noticing little flowers, little shrubs, trees, different things that you just think are so beautiful and that just make you so aware of how much life is truly around you that you've maybe taken for granted or never taken the time to notice. So we've got a lot of mindfulness and living in the moment going on for you, group number 2. Next up, we've got the Sea Goddess of Courage. You're being very authentic in your communication, and that's maybe also why constant and consistent communication is the case for you during the month of July. Openness and honesty is the foundation of any healthy relationship and any relationship that has longevity, and being really open and saying how you feel from the bottom of your heart is something that people appreciate so deeply from you during the month of July, and giving people real feedback is invaluable, group number 2. Next up, we have the Sacred Serpent Spirit. I see within the Sacred Serpent Spirit for you in July that there are some parts of you that have this ancestor energy that are going to be activated. I see here that this DNA activation is taking place in a way that you haven't felt before. So if your ancestors, for example, have always been really fond of cooking, of creating, of taking trips and adventures, know that that's kind of going to be ignited within you, group number 2, maybe by learning more of your past and your ancestors, but maybe also just through intuition, through intuitively knowing that this is something that you're meant to do and meant to make a part of your existence. So now we've got the Wild Muse Oracle deck that we're working with, group number 2. In Crystal Clear, I do see here that for you in July, things are going to become really obvious. And a reason why this is happening is, of course, because honesty is a given. Communication is constantly there and happening. So in your career, you know exactly what to do next. It's crystal clear to you what steps to take next. And in your personal life, you feel the same way. You know exactly what needs to be done because clarity and honesty is a part of July for you. So you are by no means hemming and hawing over what you can do next or what steps you need to take in order to get that promotion or to solidify a relationship. You know exactly what has to be done. Everything's crystal clear to you, and you've got the answers that you've been seeking. I see here within Hope on the horizon that there's also a lot of hope and a lot of light that you didn't expect during the month of July that shows you that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. So if you've been going through a tough time or you felt as though there's an area of your life where you could have amazing improvements take place, if only there was a little extra hope, right? Whether that is getting on the housing ladder, whether that's traveling, whether that is a romantic relationship, and you just wish there was a little bit more hope there, a little bit of more of a green light from the universe for you, know that July is going to bring you just that, group number 2. So get excited for it and be on the lookout for your own personal signs of what comes next. I see here within Confessions that having yourself be very honest with the people whom you love, and even work colleagues and people who you work on projects with overall, whether that is in school or work, as mentioned, just being real and being honest, it's almost going to feel like there is this black cloud. There is this heaviness that is finally leaving your body, and you can simply just take some deep breaths in without feeling like there's so much weight on your shoulders, group number 2. So being honest and also confessing how you've maybe felt for a very long time to another person is going to be so therapeutic. It's going to contribute to everything being clear in your life and in your relationships. And it is just overall an amazing addition to July, which sets you up for success moving forward, because not only is everything crystal clear to you about what comes next in your life, but all the people who surround you and who are around you know where they stand in your life. Next up, we've got some sacrifices. Now, group number 2, July is going to come with some sacrifices, with some areas of life in which you may need to compromise. And I want to figure out exactly what those areas of your life may be. This is the Gentle Heart Tarot deck, group number 2, which is the very first deck that I ever published, but this is the second edition, so the reprint. Let's move into it. We've got the 3 of Crystals. So you are going to have to leave something behind that you are passionate about, but not as much as the other things that you're taking with you. So think of it this way, group number 2. There is, for example, music, art, and dance, and you love all 3, but you kind of need to decide to focus on 1 or a maximum of 2 of these different areas of your life. And as you can see here within the 3 of Crystals, you will have to turn your back on some of these areas because you just don't have time and space to 100% give yourself to everything. So it's so essential for you, group number 2, to remind yourself that this isn't a bad thing. This just shows that you're going to put laser focus on fewer areas of your life, but then really be able to make the most out of it and to know that you put your best foot forward. So if you've always wanted to do something a little more creative, or to try your hardest to get that promotion, or to make partner in your firm, something like that, know here in the 3 of Crystals that you may have to sacrifice other areas of your life in order to accomplish this type of success, but it's not forever. You can still revisit the areas that you've kind of put on the back seat just for this time and just for a little while. You can come back to it at a later point. Nothing is forever, and everything is malleable and changeable within your life. I see within the Fool that July is going to feel like a brand new month, like a breath of fresh air, as the Fool is a card of the major arcana, which corresponds to Uranus, and it stands for freedom as well as reform to a certain extent. This is a fresh beginning. It shows a lot of spontaneity from you, as well as just having a good time and maybe even cracking a lot of jokes, laughing a lot. Now, as mentioned, the Fool corresponds to Uranus, and Uranus is a planet of change and individuality, which corresponds to Aquarius energy. Now, Aquarian energy is very innovative. It isn't afraid to be different. Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, and it is a sign that is pretty detached. So if you have any Aquarius friends, acquaintances, or family within your life, then you know that they're the type of person who is really forgiving. They don't hold on to grudges for very long, and they're very independent. They can be rebellious, but at the core, they are humanitarian. They want the best, not only for themselves, but for other people and for this world. I can see here within the King of Swords that we have such an Aquarius depicted. Now, the King of Swords is the king of air, because the Suit of Swords corresponds to the element of air, in case you didn't know this, group number 2. Now, the swords correspond to Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini energy, but as we were talking about Aquarius, it's very clear that the King of Swords here is representing an Aquarius, which means someone who is older than you, as we have the king, someone who is wise, someone who is trustworthy, and also also in a sense very inspiring. They're forceful and charismatic. I can see that they're the type of person who is very ethical, they're intellectually on a high level, and they are going to play an important role within your life during the month of July, group number 2. But we're going to go more into detail throughout your zodiac sign prediction as well, so make sure that you catch part 2 of your reading by using the timestamps after you have received part 1, which we're currently in right now. But do know here within the King of Swords that this person is going to inspire you in some way in July and have an impact on your life. Here in correspondence to confessions as well as crystal clear, where they stand in your life and how you feel about one another is going to be absolutely crystal clear during the month of July. So if this is a romantic interest, you're not going to be wondering whether they're interested in you. You're not going to be wondering whether this could be something. You're going to know by the end of July, group number 2. Next up, we've got the star. The star is actually a symbol of hope. We spoke about that when we had hope on the horizon from the Wild Muse Oracle deck. And the star actually corresponds to the number 17 within the major arcana. And it is not only a symbol of hope, but also inspiration, generosity, and serenity. The star is correspondent to Aquarius of the Zodiac. And as we spoke about here within the King of Swords, you've got a lot of this Aquarius influence. You've got this Aquarius energy. You're drawing an Aquarius into your life. And Aquarius is very important as it continues to show up in different ways and kind of hidden ways, group number 2, in case you haven't noticed. So it's not like we're pulling a card and oh, it just says Aquarius. No, we have to kind of look below the surface and beyond the obvious to find that what is actually really ruling July is a lot of this Aquarian energy within your existence. So make sure that you look into your birth chart too and see if there are any Aquarius placements that are very striking or very important. I mean, maybe you're even a sun, moon, or rising Aquarius, so you would know that here that side of you is really being spoken to and triggered and brought out a lot more than usual. So next up, we've got the moon. Now the moon is one of my favorite cards because it is a card that makes it very clear that we have to see beyond the veil of illusion. The moon corresponds to the number 18. It is a major arcana card, and it also connects to the zodiac sign of Pisces. It stands for being intuitive, imaginative, and then it's okay to change your mind, okay? Because not everything is always as it seems, especially in this world and in this day and age. And that doesn't make you a hypocrite when you update your opinions, group number 2. It actually shows that you are someone who isn't bound by the constraints of your ego and who is able to admit when they're wrong or when they need to change their opinion based on new facts that maybe just came to light during the month of July. Next up, we've got the Page of Wands. Now I see that you're going to change your opinion about someone here, a young fire sign. So think to yourself a Leo, a Sagittarius, or an Aries baby. And they are someone who is very impulsive, who is still getting to know themselves. They're very creative and fun and confident, but sometimes they can be so over the top. And I do see here that the opinion that you had of this person is going to change in one way or another. Let's consider bringing runes into your reading as well before we close off part 1. So group number 2, the runes can be a little loud. I hope you don't mind. So within this rune, we've got Fehu, which corresponds to the letter F, and Fehu stands for money, wealth, as well as abundance. And as we are talking about the Page of Wands, I see that you maybe kind of over or underestimated their wealth and the abundance that this person had within their life. And they may have also posed to be someone who they are not. And during the month of July, it is becoming very clear who they truly are and what their background is, and also where they stand when it comes to the material realms. Let's see what else we've got here. So next up, We've got this little rune for you. Let's zoom in and make sure it's all clear. So let's decipher what we have here, group number 2. So within this rune, we've got Laguz. Laguz is said to represent the lake or sea, and this really does correspond with the moon as well within your reading, which, as we mentioned, is kind of representative of Pisces energy. The moon also does rule Cancer, and with the moon ruling Cancer, we have very sensitive and nurturing energy. And I see that on one hand within the King of Swords and this Aquarius side, we still have nurturing, we still have care, and not everything being as it seems on the surface shows that even though they may sometimes seem a little bit abrasive or a little bit kind of removed from emotionality, you can still tell that you're very deeply connected to them and that they do feel very deeply for you and the relationship that they have with you. Whereas where we've got the Page of Wands who is concerned here in July, you are learning more about this person than they have ever shared with anyone else, and you're getting to the truth about where they stand in the earthly realm and also why certain priorities are so important to them and others can be overlooked. So truth is an important part of July for you, group number 2. Everything becoming crystal clear, but also communicating very openly, clearly, and consistently with everyone with whom you come in contact with. Now, group number 2, this is the reading that I received for you. I hope that you enjoyed this first part and that it was insightful. Feel free to let me know below by leaving a little star emoji in the comment section. But now we'll move on to part 2 of your prediction, which is based on your zodiac sign, so your sun, your moon, or your rising sign, preferably speaking, group 2. Select whichever one that you please, and I'll catch you during part 2 of your July predictions. Hello, group number 3, and welcome to your July predictions and tarot horoscopes. Welcome to part 1 of your July prediction. My name is Vanessa Somuayina, and I'll be guiding you through it. You chose the Spirit Animal Oracle deck in order to figure out what's coming towards you during the month of July. We will, of course, also be incorporating the Wild Muse Oracle deck into this reading, so don't worry, you will get a glimpse of the new Oracle deck that I just released. But for now, let's get into your readings, shall we? We've got the Dragonfly Spirit, we've got the Brown Bear Spirit, as well as the Electric Eel Spirit. Now, let's start off with the Dragonfly Spirit. I do see here that truth will transcend illusion, so if you have felt as though someone isn't quite telling you the truth, or there's just an area of your life that you're not sure of, do know here that during the month of July, you will get to the bottom of any mysteries that have been on your mind and keeping you up at night. Furthermore, in the Brown Bear Spirit, I also see that you're going to take some time out. So this could be in form of a vacation or just overall ensuring that you spend a lot of time napping, sleeping, and regaining your strength, and also having peace of mind about something that's been keeping you up at night and that has had you feeling as though there is a mystery that needs to be solved. Just having that cleared out of your existence during the month of July also adds to this feeling of relaxation for you. Next up, within the Electric Eel Spirit, group number 3, I can see that that also allows you to have a lot of time to bring your ideas to life. So whether that is an idea of creating your own tarot or oracle deck, such as the ideas that I frequently have, group number 3, or you have another idea for a business venture or a creative project that you'd like to see through, I see that during the month of July, you'll have time for all of these things because mentally speaking, you feel like a big weight has been lifted off of your shoulders and your heart, and you can focus on the things that matter again. Next up, we've got got the groundhog spirit. So don't be surprised if someone comes clean to you about a secret that they've been keeping, and it's time for you to let go of that connection or that relationship because the truth is just too much for you to deal with, or it's not something that you find forgivable. And your perception of someone changing in July will lead to you disengaging from the relationship. So for example, someone at your place of employment not being honest or even taking money while stealing money that they shouldn't be taking, and you find out about it via another person, is that will give you the sign to let go of that connection or that friendship that you had with that person that is super dishonest and that's doing something that just doesn't sit right with you and your morals and your belief system. So distancing yourself from dishonest people and letting go of those relationships is what I see coming towards you, group 3, during the month of July. Next up, we've got the wombat spirit. Now in the wombat spirit, I can see that you'll spend a lot of time at home, maybe outdoors at home in your garden, spending time sort of celebrating in the nature, in the outer world, not feeling as though you have to go to any specific bars or clubs, but knowing that your home is like a sacred place and a safe haven, and you don't need to go out and spend a lot of money or travel really far, and also inviting more people in, hosting, celebrating with people who make you feel at ease and who are a continuation of that feeling of relaxation and taking time out from the world. Next up, we've got the butterfly spirit. Now, group number 3 in the butterfly spirit, I can see that you're going through a big, beautiful transformation during the month of July, which is awesome to receive within your reading. Do bear in mind that these transformations can take a lot out of you, so that may be the reason why you need to take time out, time to recuperate and sleep, rest, nap. And the butterfly spirit, furthermore, does also show me that this is a type of transformation that you've been waiting for and longing for. So if you have always wanted to change something about your appearance or about the way you handle things in life, do know that July is going to be a really pivotal month to that change and you kind of transforming into a version of yourself that you feel really proud of. Furthermore, there are some things that I'm noticing here within your reading, group number 3, such as master numbers. You had the number 22 and a dragonfly spirit, which is a master number, and the number 11 within the butterfly spirit, which is also a master number. And these numbers are very meaningful and mean that the energies of the number 1 as well as 2 are amplified for you. The number 1 is a number of initiation, leadership, and also not being afraid to do something by yourself if needed. The number 1 is also a symbol of trusting in yourself and doing things out of your own motivation. I do also want you to know here with the dragonfly spirit and the master number 22 that we have a symbol and a meaning of duality, of there being balance, and it's not like you're just being really egotistical and just doing stuff that you want during the month of July, but you're not afraid to take on a leadership role in your life and say exactly what you want, even if that makes other people feel a little uncomfortable or if other people aren't capable of that. That doesn't mean that you're going to not talk about your needs. Let's move further into your reading. This is the Wild Muse Oracle deck, by the way, group number 3, just so you know. So these are all the cards from my new deck. And first up, we have Hidden in Plain Sight. Now, what this shows us is that during the month of July, there will be some answers that are hidden in plain sight that you did not expect to encounter, and it will feel like, oh my God, why did I not come up with this sooner? So group number 3, have you ever been in a really tricky situation, either financially or emotionally, and the answer was right there? It was a lot simpler than you made it out to be in your head, but you didn't realize it until you racked your head around so many different solutions and ways of overcoming the obstacle. that you finally came full circle and thought to yourself, hey, this solution and answer was actually hidden in plain sight. I don't even know why I put in so much effort and energy into trying to find this big grand solution when there was a solution right before me all along. That's what I see here within hidden in plain sight. Furthermore, we've got some healthy boundaries for you. Now, group number 3, in your healthy boundaries, I can see that you are reinforcing those. You are ensuring that you create space for yourself that other people are not allowed to overstep. Okay, these boundaries are like you creating a personal safe space and safe haven. And July is a month in which you're not tolerating anyone overstepping your boundaries and where you're going to speak up about it. I do want to add some runes into your reading as well. So let's move into it. These are some crystal runes. They can be a little loud, but a lot of you gave me the feedback that you really like the sound of the runes, so here we go. This is our first rune that we've got. Now, this rune corresponds to a Nautis. Nautis is a rune that stands for a need or a necessity, and that you're kind of reinforcing that. So I see that there's a strong need for these healthy boundaries, and some people may try to delay the process of you creating your healthy boundaries and of you enforcing them and not taking anyone's crap anymore. That's one thing that I can see here, but you so have the need and the necessity to uphold your own boundaries, to also show yourself how much you respect your needs. Let's add another rune into your reading, shall we? So here we go. Let's zoom in for you. So here we've got Gabo, and Gabo is a rune that symbolizes love as well as some sort of gift that's coming towards you. So I do want you to know here within Gabo, another thing that you're going to overlook for a really long time is that there is a gift here for you during the month of July, and it may even be money that you have in a jacket pocket, in the pocket of some old pants, or in a bag, and you didn't realize that it was there, but then you rediscover it and it was like hidden in plain sight, but you didn't realize that it was there, group number 3. So that's going to feel like a nice little gift. If you are a Cancerian or a Leo sun, then this may also just be symbolic of your birthday and receiving more gifts than you expected or than you even thought of, really. But you're receiving some sort of nice gift that shows that people care about you and that shows that there is generosity around you. Gabo is also representative of marriages. So do know here that maybe there's someone who is marriage material that's hidden in plain sight that you never considered in a romantic sense. And all of a sudden in July for you, you have this big epiphany that this is actually someone who is a really good person that has potential when it comes to long-term relationships. Next up, we've got manifesting magic. Now, group number 3, I see here that you will be manifesting some amazing magical situations into existence for yourself during the month of July. And it's going to feel as though it's been a long time coming for these things. You are spending time creating little spells, writing manifestations into your journal, lighting candles, and just overall setting the mood and creating the type of energetic environment that will allow for your manifestations to grow. And I see that during the month of July, it will finally feel like you're making some progress, because manifestation can take time and it can be discouraging when you feel as though you're writing into a manifestation journal or you're writing down the things that you desire and they're just not coming true. But know that in July, things are going to change for the better when it comes to that. Next up, we've got in touch with your body. Group 3. Being in touch with your body is a great way for you to get to know your own personal needs and also to take your personal power back, because one size doesn't fit all. And that is definitely one thing that I feel like a lot of health practitioners don't always have time for. So you coming with an abundance of knowledge about yourself and your body to doctor's visits, for example, or to different classes such as, workout classes or diet coaching, different things like that. Just knowing what works for you will also give give the professionals an idea of what type of treatment or what type of plan may have you functioning at your highest level and with your highest potential. And it's also so okay, group number 3, to switch healthcare professionals. If there is some sort of doctor or dietitian that you've consulted with and you don't really vibe with them, or you haven't gone for a checkup in a really long time to a doctor's office because, again, you feel uncomfortable, you don't know if they really understand your needs or get you or really care about what you have to say, just switch up who you're seeing, because this is not an area of your life and your existence where you should allow anyone to make you uncomfortable to the point that you're not going in for your regular checkups, pap smears, also making sure that your teeth are in good health, all of these things. Hold yourself accountable and remind yourself of your own personal power of simply changing what type of person that you go to, what type of doctor or healthcare professional that you see, and ensuring that you do everything in your power to continue to be in touch with your body, but also be connected to the right professionals who can allow for you to function in the best way possible, and also look ahead and anticipate your needs moving forward. And you don't always have to have any difficult health situation coming towards you in order for that to be valuable. For example, for me, it's even just valuable being in a country that is overwhelmingly just white, to have healthcare professionals who understand that I come from a mixed background where I have different ethnicities that I come from. So I have different needs, and they anticipate that because they know, okay, well, I need more vitamin D, which is the vitamin that you receive from the sun, than other people, than people who are 100% just Swiss or European, right? So it is important for you to find someone who understands that one size doesn't fit all, and you may have different needs, and that gives you those supplements, whether it be vitamin D or B12, because your body specifically can't absorb B12, for example, or you need extra vitamin C because you're not consuming that many fresh fruits. Whatever it is that suits your needs, that they anticipate that, and they make sure that you're being proactive about your health in order to create longevity. Ensure that you are not waiting till there is a problem and you're already acting during the month of July. Be in touch with your body, group number 3. Next up, we've got the Ace of Swords. Now, the Ace of Swords shows me that you've got a lot of mental force going for you for the month of July, and I can see that justice is important to you, and there is a lot of injustice in this world at this point in time, sadly, group number 3, and this is something that you're fighting for. This is something that's important to you, and you're not going to back down no matter what anyone has to say. I see here within the Two of Cups that you also have a very strong union, romantically speaking. So someone who supports you not only in a friendship type way, but someone who is also romantically with you, interested in you, and shares a lot of love for you, being there during tough times, and also being a witness of the magic that you're manifesting throughout the month of July, group number 3. So look forward to this type of bonding experience that you're going to have during the month of July. I see within the Six of Coins that sharing, financially speaking, is one thing that you're doing. There is someone who is a little less fortunate than you are, and you're going to share advice, maybe even material things such as money, such as food, and giving them shelter, helping them out. That's one thing that I see here in the Six of Coins, a very philanthropic you that's coming to light and that's coming out of the woodworks during the month of July. Next up, we've got the Justice card. We spoke about justice within the Ace of Swords, right? And here we've got the sword depicted again in the Justice card, but the Justice card corresponds to the major arcana within the traditional tarot deck, and the Ace of Swords is of the minor arcana. But we can see here within the Justice card, which corresponds to the sign of Libra, which is an air sign, and the symbol of air signs is swords, that we've got this type of feeling of diplomacy that's important. You want for politicians, people in the government, all of these individuals to be held accountable. You want to ensure that people don't get away with subpar behavior, especially when it's their job to protect other people. And I do see here that fighting for social justice is something that you will be heavily involved in during the month of July, and it will be a big topic of conversation. Next up, we've got on fire for you, group number 3. So everything is moving in a way that you feel like you're gaining a lot of momentum. Things are heating up. You too feel pretty attractive during the month of July, and all in all, you feel as though things are moving in the right direction. And overall, July may even just be a really hot month, quite literally speaking, where you live. And fire may even become an issue, right? Like a health hazard, a safety concern. So do know here with an on fire and also the master number 44, which we've got here. We had 11, 22. Now we've got 44 for you, which is really unusual to receive 3 master numbers within one reading where we're using so many different decks, group number 3. So bear in mind here that reoccurring numbers and synchronicities are of importance to you, and also, of course, to ensure that you're staying safe when it comes to the weather, when it comes to any type of natural disaster situation. Next up, we've got rehabilitation reversed for you. So allow me to show you this card upright. This is what it looks like from the Wild Muse Oracle deck. I just love how my Wild Muse Oracle deck is just so radiant and so colorful within these readings. So rehabilitation reverse shows me that you've got things under control. So if you've ever felt as though you have developed a dependency on, for example, coffee or caffeine, or maybe other substances that are a lot less healthy, such as alcohol, and feeling like maybe you can't have as much fun unless these substances are part of your life, or you can't perform as well. I see within rehabilitation reverse that you're actually slowly but surely removing yourself from that codependent type of bond and from feeling as though there is an addiction there. And we have this confirmed within disconnect for you, group number 3. You are disconnecting, you're pulling the plug on any types of behaviors that aren't serving you, that have to do with rehabilitation, with relearning how to live without certain substances and things that tend to be addictive for you. Now, we're all very different. For some of us, it may be substances. For others, it may be OCD type of behavior. Either way, group number 3, you are gaining a lot of space and setting some healthy boundaries with behaviors that have the tendency to become unhealthy for you. So July is a big success when it comes to your own personal growth as well. So this is the first part of your reading that I've received for you. Please leave that beautiful blue butterfly emoji down below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here, that you received your reading, that you enjoyed it. And I will now move into your zodiac signs July prediction, so into your tarot horoscopes. So scroll down into the description box or to the top of the comment section where I have pinned each zodiac sign's timestamp. Click your timestamp and I'll catch you during your zodiac signs July predictions. Hello, all my lovely souls of group number 4. Vanessa Somuayina here. Welcome to your first part of your July predictions and tarot horoscopes. You chose the Starcodes Astro Oracle in order to figure out what the overall vibe of July is before we get into the astrology and zodiac part of your July prediction. So let's get straight into it. And don't worry, I will of course also be using the Wild Muse Oracle deck within your reading so you can see what my new Oracle deck looks like and you can see what all the cards are like. So let's move into your readings. First off, we've got the ninth house. And now the ninth house is the house of exploration. And I see that your ninth house during the month of July is going to play a really integral role. The ninth house is also the house of higher education as well as spirituality. And it connects to Sagittarius type of energy. Sagittarius energy is fiery. It's passionate, enthusiastic. I mean, after all, it is a fire sign. Next up, we've got Pluto. Now within Pluto, we have a really interesting addition to your reading because now Pluto corresponds to Scorpio, and it is the planet of transformation, if we can call it a planet. But we're not going to nitpick in your reading group number 4. Just know here that Pluto is the planet of transformation, destiny, as well as your own personal power. And in conjunction to the ninth house, I see that you're definitely going to be exploring what your transformation is going to look like, what your destiny is all about. You're going inward, you're going deeper when it comes to what you were meant to do in this lifetime, and in connectivity to your ninth house, that may also look like seeking more higher education, going back to school, or receiving some other diplomas that you feel will really help you when it comes to pursuing your dream career. I also do see some long distance travel that's coming into the picture, and you booking tickets or just overall scheduling a vacation and scheduling some exploration, going to different countries or just another place that's far away in order to go through with this rebirth that you feel called to do. Some people do this in form of going to South America. Some of them want to go take some plant medicine, things like ayahuasca. Other people feel as though for them the rebirth and exploration of Earth and planets and just overall transformation is something that they can do in their home through connecting with celestial events such as, upcoming full moon supermoons that we have. Furthermore, maybe traveling to Asia or to Africa would be that transformative event for you. We're all so different. Some of us can go through exploration and transformation at home, and others just know that they're called to a different place on this planet and called to a different space, a different environment that will really facilitate for transformation of your own personal inner world and workings. Next up, we've got Cancer. This makes a lot of sense for July because Cancer energy is water sign energy. A lot of Cancerians still have their birthdays within July, so if you are a Cancer baby or that energy is just near and dear to your heart because it's in an important placement within your birth chart, know here that July is going to feel like a month where you have to be extra kind to yourself as your sensitivity is running really high, but at the same time your intuition is also really on point, and reading people comes easily during the month of July, which is why it's such a great month for you to also travel, to take a vacation, because your mind and your emotional intelligence is really sharp and really heightened during the month of July. Next up, we've got some Virgo energy for you. Now, Virgo energy is earth sign energy. And in case you didn't know this, Virgo is ruled by Mercury, and it is a very analytical type of sign. It is a detail-oriented sign, and it shows me here that you're all about being useful and you're very service-minded. And this makes a lot of sense here when we've got the Capricorn supermoon that's coming up on July 13th, which is a full moon supermoon that makes you feel as though you want to be of use. Like if there's one thing you want to do in this lifetime is leave a legacy, is that you want to have been of some sort of use to humanity and to a greater cause and a greater picture. And that's one thing that I see represented within the reading for your July prediction. You have this urge to be of use. And here within the moon, which is actually the ruler of Cancer, so your reading moves together really beautifully. I can see that perception is important to you as well. So one thing that you are also looking into is how you can be perceived in a way that brings you closer to your goals. So for example, if you are looking to climb the corporate ladder because your ultimate goal is to make changes in big corporations, positive changes for people who don't have a voice to stand up for themselves, or for people who are in the lower ranks of a corporation that don't have much say, and your end goal is to get to the higher ranks and make life easier and safer for them, you are looking into ways how you can be perceived by the people who will get you to that position of power as someone who is trustworthy. So of course, showing up in clothing that is well maintained, that is well put together, having your perception of yourself and the way other people perceive you be in alignment with what you're trying to accomplish before you get to that place. And then you can start to work on reprogramming people's minds and perception, and you can then kind of open up a little bit more and show more of who you are. Because let's be real, group number 4, when you're trying to do something such as climb the corporate ladder or get a loan from a bank for your business that you know is going to create amazing jobs, you of course have to show up in appropriate attire, and you have to be perceived as someone who is trustworthy and someone who will not run the entire establishment into the ground, someone who has good intentions in mind. And so it is important, as much as it is sad that it's this way, right? That perception and also looks are so important. It is undeniable in the world that we live in at this point in time that it does matter, and it can definitely facilitate us getting to different places in life where we can have a positive impact. And if we deny ourselves of putting in effort when it comes to our perception, we may actually be sacrificing our success, and then someone else who is willing to kind of fit the mold for X amount of time, or just for the time being, will take your position and will then maybe actually, instead of being progressive, they may end up making decisions that will take many, many steps backwards. So know when to play the game and when to use the power and the respect that you've gained in order to make really positive changes. Next up, we've got claiming your energy. Remind yourself here that it is definitely a power move for you to explore different ways in which you can not only do business, but also ensure that you get a situation that you desire out of life. So romantically speaking, in the 9th house and claiming your energy, I can see that exploring different ways of speaking to romantic partners and different ways of being present is an amazing way to cultivate not only healthy relationships, but relationships with a lot of longevity, right? Because if you talk to your partner in a kind manner, and if you are okay with exploring different areas of sensuality, of, little bedroom things, group number 4, then that just shows that you're the type of person that is not only trustworthy, but that they can open up to. So claiming your energy in the sense of knowing that you want to put your energy into behaviors that cultivate trust and simply just help create a safer and more open-minded world. That is where during the month of July you will realize that claiming your energy has never been so powerful, as well as becoming aware of perception both ways, how you perceive yourself and also how other people perceive you. And by the way, this is the Wild Muse Oracle deck, group number 4. I am so proud of this, and I just love how these illustrations pop within readings. This is a deck that I'm so proud of. Let's move further into it. Next up, we've got sacrifices, as well as create and progress. So I see that there will be a lot of creativity present for you during the month of July, and I can see that you will have to make some sacrifices when it comes to where you put your energy into. You will have to choose what creative projects that you invest a lot of time in and which ones you put on the back burner maybe till August or a later quieter time during the year 2022. And here within the Create and Progress card, I can definitely also see that you're having a good time doing things from scratch. And that is another way in which you feel in July that you've been able to not only claim your energy, but as we have here within the Cancerian, also be able to immerse yourself in your energy. So I want to use a few runes for you and figure out what other messages that the universe and spirit has for you for the month of July, group number 4. So let's get into it, shall we? So these are some clear quartz crystal runes. Okay, we have one rune that already wants to speak that popped out of the bowl. So let's figure out what rune that is. I think this is Berkana from what I can see from this perspective, but let's look into it, group number 4. So this is in fact Berkana, and Berkana stands for birth, new beginnings, and also personal growth and liberation. Oh, let's zoom in again. I want to make sure you can see your rune. There we go, group number 4. So having this rune that speaks of birth and liberation, it might be quite literally a month in which there's a birth taking place around you. But do know here that Berkana is also all about that personal growth, which we have been talking about, and Pluto stands for a rebirth. So the subject of birth, whether that is birthing a new business idea, a rebirth of yourself, or quite a literal birth of another human being, of a baby, that is one thing that I can see that is touching your life during the month of July. We also have this rune that is just plain, okay, that doesn't have anything on it, which shows the potential for a new beginning, for the slate to just be wiped clean. And this new beginning makes a lot of sense as there is this birth symbol here, and with a birth we have a new beginning, right? We've got a new chapter, we've got a fresh start that's taking place during the month of July. So having a clear rune, or an empty rune so to say, group number 4, is very meaningful in showing us that July will give you opportunities to do things from scratch, also creating something from scratch with your hands through any type of creative means and measures like we spoke about in Create and Progress. Next up, we've got taking action. The month of July is filled with so much opportunity for you, group number 4, to take action. Don't miss out or feel intimidated by what's going on in the world during the month of July. The world may kind of give you this impression that it's not the right time to take action, but when a lot of people are scared to take action is when few people can make a big impact and change their life for the better. Those few who feel brave enough to do something differently and to make a stand, take a stand and make a change. Every single step counts. That's one thing that you're being called to realize and know, group number 4. Every step is important. Every step matters and counts throughout your personal journey. And in July, never feel as though any step that you take forward or any action that you take, group number 4, is too little or isn't worth celebrating or isn't worth mentioning. It's all important, and these are all different ways in which you can celebrate your little and large accomplishments and feel proud of yourself. Furthermore, group number 4, I haven't mentioned this yet because there is just so much going on for Bow Life. There's so much going on in life in general, but all of my beautiful new crystal rings, they are actually completely new drops in my crystal jewelry line. These are so high quality, like they are so stunning in real life. It's hard to even really show you. I'm trying to zoom in here. So this is a stunning blue topaz ring. Then the other ones are amethyst rings. And here we've got a moonstone and sky blue topaz ring, a peridot ring on my middle finger, as well as a citrine ring, which is a ring that helps bring abundance into your life. And all of the links are below in the description box. These crystal rings are so stunning in real life. The quality is out of this world. I truly wish that I could show you these crystal rings in person because my studio lighting doesn't do it justice. They catch the light so beautifully. The way that they are polished is absolutely luxurious and fabulous. So I will leave the links to all of those below because I know you guys always ask me about my crystal rings. These ones are on a whole nother level. Energetically, quality-wise, just the crystals used are beyond stunning and immaculate, so make sure that you check those out if you are looking for any types of crystal rings. So let's move further into your reading, group number 4, to figure out more about what's coming towards you during the month of July. So we've got the armadillo spirit next. Setting healthy boundaries is an important part of July for you, and I do see here that you've got to take action with it. You can't just say that you don't want people to disrespect you or overstep your boundaries, group number 4. You actually need to enforce those boundaries, and when someone oversteps your boundary, whether that is a family member, a parent, a sibling, a coworker, you got to just tell them that it's not cool and they cannot continue to do that. Otherwise, you will respectfully remove yourself from the situation. Next up, we've got the squirrel spirit. Believe in yourself and believe that you're worth it, group number 4. A lot of us are afraid to set healthy boundaries because I think deep down we're not quite sure if we're worth it, or we're not quite sure of the fact whether we will still have friends or family members or romantic partners if we set boundaries with this ones. We don't want to lose connections that are important because we don't want to be alone, right? So a lot of fear is often part of not setting healthy boundaries. But this generational curse, this unhealthy pattern, stops for you during the month of July, group number 4, as you are not only claiming your energy, but you also understand that in order to have only healthy relationships in your life, you may have to make sacrifices. You may have to get rid of the unhealthy ones. Next up, we've got the brown bear spirit for you. Taking time out and taking plenty of naps is what I see here during the month of July. And maybe this comes naturally because, you know, the weather is really hot, or you're just overall feeling like you need a little time out, like you're burnt out, like you've been doing a lot. And July is finally a month in which you want to give yourself a much needed break and some space and a vacation. And within that space and that vacation time, you will be creating a beautiful work of art that you will feel super proud of. That's one thing that I can see here within your reading. So get ready to not only be creative, but to also document the process of your creativity, because it'll be super stunning to look back on it. Next up, within the Buffalo Spirit Group 4, the abundant universe will provide for you during the month of July. So if you're worried about money, if you're worried about making ends meet and what you're going to do in order to pay rent, insurances, whatever it is that you're worried about, know here within the Buffalo Spirit that this is a sign from your angels and the universe that everything is going to be okay. The universe and the world is so full of abundance. We simply need to learn to trust and believe that things will be okay. After all, you've survived up until this point in life. Surely you will be able to continue to overcome even the obstacles or the tough times moving forward. And there is abundance around you. You sometimes just need to believe in yourself to see those opportunities and to see the abundance and to claim it. Because I think a lot of us can be afraid to claim what is actually rightfully ours. Meanwhile, there are some individuals who are more than happy to take credit where credit isn't due. So you have to protect yourself, group number 4. You have to make sure that you don't allow for people to take credit for your hard work or to take the abundance that you have worked so hard to cultivate. Next up, we've got the Peacock Spirit. That part, group number 4, the Peacock Spirit is a beautiful culmination to the first part of your July prediction, which is about letting it shine, not allowing for anyone to make you dim your light, letting yourself and your accomplishments shine, setting healthy boundaries between accomplishment thieves and vampires, and understanding here that just because you may be going through a tough time in an area of your life doesn't mean that it won't get better. It doesn't mean that you don't deserve to take some time out if, for example, finances are stressing you out. That doesn't mean that you can't take rest or that you can't nap and that you just have to be working and trying to find ways in order to make money. Like, no, group number 4, you deserve just as much of breathing room and space and time to relax as anyone else. No matter how much money that you are making or are not making, you deserve all the same things as everyone else, despite what the media sometimes tries to say or imply or make us feel. Keep in mind here that at the end of the day, you decide whether you allow for that to infiltrate your head and how you feel about yourself, and whether you believe in you being deserving, group number 4. So this is part 1 of your prediction. I hope that you've enjoyed it. Now, don't forget to check out the other placements within your birth chart for your tarot horoscope for July 2022, as we'll go into a lot more detail within the second and even more personalized part of your reading. So scroll back down into the description box or to the top of the comment section, click your sun or rising sign, maybe your moon sign, whatever you feel inclined to, and you will be fast forwarded to part 2 of your prediction, group number 4. So I can't wait to catch you during your zodiac signs second part of your July 2022 prediction. Hello, all my beautiful Aries babies, and welcome to the second and even more personalized part of your July 2022 tarot horoscopes and predictions. I'm going to get straight into your readings using the Wild Muse Oracle deck, of course, which I'm so excited to have launched in this video. So all my beautiful Aries babies, let's figure out what's coming towards you during the month of July. I hope that you enjoyed part 1 of your prediction, and now we'll get even more up close and personal with things. First up, we've got upside down. So July is going to be filled with a lot of energy that has you looking at things from a different perspective, such as here with an upside down. And it's going to feel as though life is just so vastly different to June and May and any other month during the year 2022. I do see here within Love is in the Air that a big reason why this is that way and why you feel emotionally as though everything is upside down and they're like butterflies in the air is because love is in the air for all my beautiful Aries babies. So romantic and platonic love being really strong during the month of July just shows that this upside down situation is a good one. The month of July feels different because love is taking you to a whole different place emotionally speaking, and if you've ever been crazy in love, then you know how this feels. It's almost like you don't need anything but this other person. Like, life just feels so much more fun, energetic, and positive, and like every single day you're more excited to wake up than usual because you know that love is in the air and that you have someone in your life whom you feel crazy in love with. Next up, we've got every single step that counts. So the little details are what really make July for you, my beautiful Aries babies. You are a fire sign that is passionate, temperamental, and also really enthusiastic, and you tend to see the big picture. But I see that during the month of July, you are sort of being challenged to see the little things and to notice how every little step that you take forward counts, and every single moment with this loved one and with this person who is making you feel really crazy in love is so valuable and is so magical, and it brings you back to the roots and the foundation of this childlike sense of wonderment, where something that seems to be so small, such as a text, a phone call, or a compliment, actually can light up your entire self and make your whole day and week so much better. I see here within the solar calm for you, all my Aries babies, that you're receiving clarity when it comes to love. So whether you're single or you're in a committed relationship, what really makes you feel happy during the month of July and makes your love life so great and interesting is because it is clear where you stand and you don't feel like you have to second guess what's going on or how anyone feels about you. Furthermore, we've got the Sun, which is a really interesting card to receive as it is a very positive one. It also corresponds to a card in the major arcana in tarot. But here within this astrology deck that I'm using, the Sun shows life source. The Sun is representative of leadership, of willpower, creativity, and also vitality and your identity being a really important part of July. Feeling like you can shine, like you can be yourself, being an integral part to another reason why July is a really favorable month for all my beautiful Aries babies. I just love how the Wild Muse Oracle deck kind of is so radiant and so colorful, and just seeing it here for the first time within a reading that's going up on my YouTube channel. It's so beautiful, and I hope that you love this deck that I created just as much as I do, because I can't get enough of it, and the quality of the cards, it's just something else. But if you have my Pastel Journey Tarot deck or my Gentle Heart Tarot deck, or both, then you know what I speak of. In prioritizing reflection, I can see here that during the month of July, you are definitely going to still prioritize yourself. So even though you feel infatuated and really in love, and like your private life is on a whole nother level that you are so satisfied with, I see here that you are still prioritizing being the best person you possibly can be within your romantic relationships, because you don't want to make same old mistakes that you've made in the past. So I've got my charms right here to the right, and to my left I've got my runes. So I will be starting off with some charms for you. Let's figure out what the universe has to say. Oh, okay, we've got the Sun as well as the Hamza hand. Let's just zoom in for you. So this is a beautiful Sun being represented as a charm as well for you. All of my Aries babies, I'll put that right over here. And with the Hamza hand, we've got protection from anyone who doesn't want to see you radiate, who doesn't want to see your life force really come forth and be expressed, and overall protection from negativity, from any type of unwanted energies. Let's add some runes into your reading as well, so we can clarify more parts of July that are coming towards you. Okay, so here within this rune, we've got this notion from your guides and from spirit that it's important for you to embrace your home, and you're going to be at home a lot. And this is actually a rune that's called Othala, and it represents goddess energy and also a homebody energy of nurturing your home and having plenty, understanding that you are already very fortunate in this lifetime and being grateful, seeing the bright side of things. And furthermore, do also know here within Othala that if you are on the hunt for a new home to rent or to purchase, July is a really great month for you, as overall things are aligning in a magical way that you just may find that perfect property for yourself. Let's add another rune into your reading though, just to gain a little bit more insight. Okay, let's see what we've got. Let's zoom in for you. I believe this is Awaz. Yes, this corresponds to the letter E. Even though it looks like an M, this rune corresponds to the letter E. All of my beautiful Aries babies. And Awaz stands for transportation and partnership. It is representative of a symbol of a horse. So if horses are spirit animals to you and are animals that you work with, definitely know that if you've been concerned for a horse in your life, there's going to be clarification on what's going on with that situation. But of course, Awaz also stands for you transporting yourself from one home into the next, as it is kind of representative of transportation and partnership. So moving in with someone, as we do have love in the air, is very likely for July, or talking about moving in with a lover, and also moving homes, right? We spoke about you finding the perfect home and living space, and organizing a big move is one thing that I can see here as a focal point within the month of July for you, all of my beautiful Aries babies. But let's move a little further into your reading, shall we? I absolutely love to get all these nitty-gritty details out for you. So we've got healing as well as home. Your home is immensely important during the month of July. It keeps showing up in different decks, my Aries babies. So your home being a place where you heal, where you rest and recuperate, and also where you feel as though anything that has become clear can be processed by you, is so significant in July, because for some reason you're not wanting to go out. You don't want to put yourself in a space where you have to share the same energetic frequency with other people. You don't want to go out for dinner or lunch or to party in July. You're all about staying home. You're all about being with your loved ones and lovers and prioritizing reflection, and you feel no need to leave the home area that you've created for you. Now, that may be a garden, a balcony, a room. It could be an entire house. We all have different living situations, but I see you feeling super comfortable and not feeling any need to leave that comfort zone during the month of July. I see within rehabilitation for you, my beautiful Aries babies, that a lot of this also has to do with staying away from temptation. So if you wanted to remain healthy, then of course staying away from restaurants or from places where they serve alcoholic beverages, things like that, is what you're doing in July in order to just completely eliminate any chances of falling back into patterns that aren't healthy for you. Furthermore, I also see that you're staying away from relationships that don't allow you to enjoy this month of feeling deeply in love and infatuated with another person and with a relationship that means so much to you. I see that you are willing to make that sacrifice, and it seems like a very tiny sacrifice to you to, for example, give up alcohol or give up going out during the month of July in order to remain more healthy, in order to be more alert, awake, and be able to just see things from a really clear perspective, as we spoke about in Upside Down. You don't want anything to cloud your judgment, and you want to fully enjoy what you're going through in your private life. You want to fully enjoy being intimate with another person. You want to fully be in the moment without having any substances mess with your brain and your personal perception. And it's just beautiful to see how you are expressing the need and want for clarity, and also not allowing for any temptations to come through, such as someone saying to you, well, you know, it's just one glass of wine, or, well, you know, it's just one unhealthy meal. You're really sticking to the goals that you've set out for yourself, and you are so committed to being sober, whether that means from a substance or toxic relationships, or even being sober from just junk food and unhealthy things that don't make you feel your best. The Three of Cups shows me that you are doing some real kind of adult celebrating and partying. So spending time with people where it's really chill, you're not staying up too super late. But think of, for example, get-togethers in someone's garden, apartment, or loft, and just having a classy, elegant type of barbecue, relaxing evening where you're talking. Nobody's going too crazy, and nobody's doing anything that they will regret the next day. I see a very classy month of July for you, all my beautiful Aries babies, and also being able to feel like you don't have to prove yourself to anybody whatsoever. Now, the Empress shows me here that it's also a very fertile month for you. So if fertility is something you're concerned about, or that you're actually looking to avoid exploring, take necessary precautions. But also know here within the Empress, my beautiful Aries babies, that this confirms to us just how attractive that you feel during the month of July, as you're exploring your sensuality and sexuality with another person. While love is in the air, you feel so good about yourself, because this is mutual love. This is love that you feel is infatuating you in every single sense of the word. You wake up and you think about this person. You go to bed and fall asleep thinking about this connection. And it's just a really beautiful month that's coming towards our beautiful Aries babies. and I'm looking forward to you enjoying the month of July and also just being so connected to the sun, the life force, and taking in that vitamin D, spending some valuable time outside in the fresh air and getting that clean, sweet, that amazing oxygen into your lungs and feeling overall like you're healthy and like you're thriving. So all of my beautiful Aries babies, this is the July prediction that I've received for you. And I hope that you've enjoyed this amazing and interactive 2-part reading and July prediction. Make sure you give this video a thumbs up to let me know. Also, my new oracle deck, the Wild Muse Oracle, which I use throughout all of these readings, is linked below in the description box. So make sure that you grab a copy of this stunning deck. All the jewelry that I wore within this reading is also linked below in the description box, so you can check out all those resources. Thank you so much for being here, for spending this divine time and space with me, and I can't wait to catch up with you during your upcoming monthly predictions. Hello, all of my stunning Taurus babies, and welcome to your July Tarot Horoscope, which is the second and even more personalized part of your July predictions. I hope that you enjoyed part 1, but now let's delve into exactly what's going on for all of my beautiful Taurus babies during the month of July. We are, of course, going to start off with the Wild Muse Oracle deck, which I'm also just so excited to be able to use with you. So let's figure out what's going on for you during the month of July, shall we? So first up, we've got big changes. All of my beautiful Taurus babies, I know that you like what you like and you're definitely creatures of habit, but I can see here that big changes are coming towards you during the month of July, and we have yet to figure out exactly what those changes entail. Should we use some runes? I feel like we should, my beautiful Taurus babies. Let's move into it. These are some clear quartz crystal runes, and I want to figure out exactly what the month of July has to offer you. So first up, we've got this rune. Let's decipher exactly what it means. We've got Pertho. Pertho corresponds to the letter P, and it is a rune that represents magic, mystery, and also the divine feminine. So a lot of these changes are still going to seem very mysterious throughout July. It's not going to make 100% sense as to why these changes are taking place during the month of July, but nevertheless, these big changes are coming towards you. But they are peaceful ones, my beautiful Taurus babies. We have a dove here within the depiction, and also all smiles, all happiness. So don't be afraid of these changes, even if you are a creature of habit. Let's add a few charms into the reading for more clarity as well. So we've got this beautiful butterfly. We have these changes being represented in the form of a transformation that brings more freedom and more reach for you. So think of it this way: when a caterpillar turns into a stunning butterfly, not only do they go through a transformation looks-wise, but they're also able to conquer and reach so many more areas. They're so much more mobile, right? They're able to fly all of a sudden. They're able to reach such further destinations and explore more of the world. And that's one thing that I can see here that's coming as a big change for you. Maybe you're even purchasing a new vehicle or actually able to travel during the month of July. Next up, we've got no strings attached. So no matter how someone tries to hold you down or hold you back or kind of stop you from doing whatever it is that you want to do, as a strong-minded, sometimes stubborn Taurus, I can see here within no strings attached that if you do not want to have any strings attached to another person, be it romantically or in business, you're not going to sign the dotted line. You are not going to commit, and there's no one who can make you change your mind, as I can see here that if you're just in it for a good time, or you are not willing to connect with someone on a business level that will be a long-term commitment, you're not going to feel pressured to do so. Next up, we've got create and progress. It's more important during the month of July for you to be creative, for you to progress in different areas of your life in which you feel as though stagnation may have set in, and just overall areas of your life where you feel like you have so much more growth to do before you actually want to commit, before you actually feel as though you want to get super attached. unattached. So feeling open-minded about traveling, switching cities that you live in just in order to pursue more of your art or your business. Also keeping things very open when it comes to love and commitments emotionally that you feel may bind you to a certain lifestyle. You're not about that. You want to keep your options open because you understand that with some of these big changes that are positive ones that are coming towards you, you have to remain flexible. So anyone who isn't flexible or who is very jealous and holding you back is not going to be able to keep you around for very long. I see here that being authentic is the most important thing you're going to do during the month of July, and it's undeniable that you're just being yourself, my beautiful Taurus babies, and you've got this take it or leave it type of attitude. Anyone who can't deal with your authenticity is going to feel uncomfortable, and you will let them feel uncomfortable, my beautiful Taurus babies, because you're not changing yourself for anyone, and you don't feel the need to change how you deal with life or how you handle your career in order to make someone else feel more comfortable, because you have many times been in situations where people made you uncomfortable and no one thought, oh, let me change my approach. So I kind of see a very savage note here for the month of July, and a very kind of emotionally not distant but unattached part of you that understands that in many instances in this lifetime you have to look out for yourself first, especially around people who don't really owe you any of their loyalty. So I see you putting yourself first in many different ways. Next up, we've got Vesta. So within Vesta, I do see that there is this passion, this flame within you that has to do with a creative outlet. And even if you feel like you're not specifically gifted when it comes to, for example, music or drawing or sewing, or just a specific area of your life where you always felt like you looked up to other people's art, and you may have really enjoyed creating art, but you never felt like you could compete. I see here within Vesta and Create and Progress that you're starting to understand it's not necessarily always about that. Sometimes it's about being consistent, disciplined, and showing up, right? A lot of big musicians, for example, they're not always the ones who are the best singers or the most innovative musicians out there. They are the entire package. There are people who are disciplined, who continue to create, who remain strong, resilient, and who show up, whether it be to some sort of dance practice, singing classes, or PR engagements. I can definitely see here that you're understanding more and more that you don't always have to be the best at something. You simply have to be willing to remain disciplined and diligent, and to put your head down, be grounded, and continue to show up and show out. Next up, we've got some Virgo energy for all my beautiful Taurus babies. Now in Virgo, I do see here that you're teaming up with another earth sign who is helping you to stay on track with your goals. And I see that this earth sign is someone who inspires you, someone who you feel really close to. Let's figure out some of the letters of their name, shall we? All my beautiful Taurus babies, their initials, just so we can narrow it down even more. So we've got F as well as I. So F and I are integral parts to their name, and this is someone who helps you stay kind of grounded and also always reminds you to keep in mind the end goal. Virgo is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury can definitely be a little bit all over the place and can screw you over, so to say, if you're not careful. And that's where this Virgo friend is reminding you to always keep in mind what you want to accomplish and not allow for anyone to make you feel nervous or anxious for no reason. Next up, we've got some strong Leo energy. This makes complete sense, as during the month of July, this is a month where the sun travels into Leo, and a lot of Leo babies are celebrating their birthdays. So if you are a Leo sun or rising or in your moon, know here that during the month of July, you will be able to truly rise and shine and feel strongly connected, not only to the grounded parts of you, which are in Taurus, right? You may be either a sun, a rising, or a moon in Taurus. That's why you're here. But if you also have some Leo energy within your birth chart, which you most likely do, you will find that during the month of July, you're not afraid to put yourself out there and you're not afraid to just show others what you're made of. Let's move a little deeper into your reading, my beautiful Taurus babies. We've got Ceres next. So July is not only a month of taking care of your needs and shining, being authentic, and no one being able to tell you what to do, but it's also a month of nurturing. I see that in July, you're going to do some gardening, for example, taking care of other forms of life. That could be extra care that you're giving your pets or plants, for example, and just overall nurturing things so you can see them grow. And so you can eventually also lean back and enjoy the fruit of your labor. So putting work into your business, putting work into the corporation where you're working at. I see that all of that is important, as with injustice, you understand that balance and also kind of receiving the fruit of your labor comes with first putting in hard work. And for all of my beautiful Taurus babies, I want you to know here that when justice shows up in conjunction to the month of July, you're being reminded to take time for things you're passionate about and take time for things where you just have to be disciplined and consistent if you want to see results. So for example, if you want to see results in being fit, in being healthy, you just have to be disciplined and consistent, right? There's no way around that. But at the same time, you can also still have fun. Like you can still have meals that are just yummy, that have nothing to do with health, and that won't mess up everything. But it has to be within balance and within reason. You can't be unhealthy 90% of the time and also expect to feel really good or to see positive changes to your health if you're doing that most of the time, right? You're going to have to be disciplined. You're going to have to make sure that the balance is maintained where most of the time you are being healthy and nurturing yourself for a life filled with longevity. And then sometimes you just reward yourself with things that you simply want but don't necessarily need. And with discipline comes a lot of freedom, and I'm a firm believer that discipline does give you freedom, because the more disciplined that you are, the more you're able to accomplish things in your life that give you stability and that create freedom, that allow you to understand that freedom is something that discipline doesn't take away. No, discipline actually helps you create more freedom within your existence, my beautiful Taurus babies. And this is like a big aha moment, an epiphany that I see coming towards you during the month of July. Next up, your fighting spirit is coming out. And I can see here for July that your fighting spirit is also giving you the power to push through difficult situations. And if you need to fend off any type of toxicity or a negative energy from people who are trying to get in your way. Endless serendipity shows me here that July is definitely a month that comes with good fortune for you, my beautiful Taurus babies, and where you feel as though you've got this endless supply of positive coincidences to the point where it doesn't even seem like a coincidence anymore. It seems as though it's meant to be. It seems as though your angels and your guides are with you during the month of July. So all my beautiful Taurus babies, this is the July tarot horoscope that I received for you. I hope that you enjoyed part 1 of your reading, which you got to pick during the intro, and then this astrology based part 2 of your July prediction. Let me know below in the comment section, and also make sure that you check out the new Wild Muse Oracle deck that I just launched and released and published. I'm so excited for it, and I can't wait for all of you who have ordered it already to receive your copy. So thank you so much for being here, for spending this divine time and space with me. Check out the links in the description box for all the resources you need, and I'll speak to you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my beautiful Gemini babies. Vanessa Somuayina here, and I'm ready to get into your July predictions and tarot horoscope. This is the second part of your 2-part prediction. I hope that you enjoyed part 1, which you got to pick from during the intro of this video, but now let's move into the Gemini specific part of your July predictions. I am starting off using the Wild Muse Oracle deck, which I am so excited to show you. So let's get straight into it, shall we? First up, we've got 0 F's given. Wow, all my beautiful Gemini babies. This is the overall vibe for July for you. As a Gemini, you are ruled by Mercury. You are communicative, you are inquisitive, and also a very versatile sign. And many times, I would say, as a Gemini, you are really great at the subtle art of not giving an F. And here within 0 F's given, I can definitely see that you're flexing this muscle during the month of July. So maybe you've just had enough of this crazy world, or you're just overall in a place in your life where you no longer want to allow other people's opinions to dictate how you lead your life. So I can definitely see here that if after a process of critical thinking about something in your life, whether it be your job or what you want to do with your private or romantic life, you find that actually what you're doing is right. And a lot of people who have opinions about how you lead your life need to take a seat and a step back and kind of butt out of your business. I do see here within 0 F's given that you realize that sometimes you just need to move forward without overthinking what other people may say or feel about your decisions in life, because at the end of the day, it's your life, and life really is just 10% of what happens to you and 90% of how you react to it. That's what the 10-90 ratio is all about, my beautiful Gemini babies. And you are embracing this. You're embracing the fact that you are putting more value on making sure that your reactions to different situations that are out of your control, including other people's opinions and feelings, that you're placing more value on what you can control, right? How you feel, how you react to situations, and that you're taking power away from anything that is outside of your immediate control. Next up, we've got there is always a way. So you are leaving a door open for people who are genuinely concerned or genuinely make a good point when they communicate to you how they feel about your decision making, my beautiful Gemini babies. So it's not like you're just shutting everyone out of your life or like you're not taking other people's opinions seriously. You're just being very selective, especially throughout the month of July, whom you take advice from. If you take advice from someone who's never been where you're trying to go, it may not be appropriate depending on the situation. For example, taking business advice from someone who is always in debt or has a lot of unpaid credit card bills, for example, that may not be the right move for you, and it may not be the right place for you to get advice from. So that is where I can see here that you're being selective, and you're also leaving the door open for people who can actually give you helpful advice and who are in a place where you can kind of respect where their life is, even if you have two different opinions. And you can tell that no matter how your opinions may differ, there's still value in the words and the things that they say to you. Next up, we've got the 12th house. So all my beautiful Gemini babies, I can see that your 12th house is greatly affected during the month of July. And in case you didn't know this, your 12th house is your house that is all about introspection as well as the unconscious part of your life. So everything that goes on in the hidden realm, everything that you don't necessarily notice or that you're not consciously aware of. And the 12th house also by default connects to Pisces. So I do see here that coming from a place of caring and definitely being someone who can overthink, you've come to this realization that there's no point in letting your mind overthink or run over things a million times, that it only stresses you out. And the best thing that you can do is to just be unapologetic and do what makes you happy. After all, we've all just got one life, and the best thing you can do for yourself is live it well and live it to the absolute max. Next up, we've got Libra. So in Libra, I can see here that July is bringing you some great balance. Libra is a sign that is an air sign, just as you are, Gemini, but one thing that makes Libra just a little different is the fact that it is ruled by Venus and it is flirty, a lot more flirty than Gemini energy. So within Libra, I can see that your charisma as well as the flirty part of you is activated. You are not in a place where you're afraid of rejection, especially as a single person. You are not in a space where you are too concerned with rejection. For you, it's more important to try rather than feeling like there was this one person that got away because you were too afraid of rejection. Next up, we've got the best of you, and that's exactly what July is bringing out of you, all of my beautiful Gemini babies, the best. Every part of you that you're proud of, every part of you that makes you feel strong and empowered. So I can definitely see here that this is going to be a prosperous month. It's going to be a month in which you feel as though the decisions that you've made truly resonate with your intentions and your values, and like you can look back on the month of July and feel proud of yourself and the boundaries that you've put in place. The fact that you did not care about what others would say, and instead you made yourself happy, you made yourself proud. That is one thing that I can see here for July. Moving further into your reading within Hidden in Plain Sight, I can see here that the best of you and this July energy that is really super favorable for my Gemini babies can be accessed at any point in time. I see here within the best of you as well as Hidden in Plain Sight that you actually just always have all of these awesome traits really nearby and just around the corner. It's just about whether you feel brave enough and you feel empowered enough to tap into them. Just think about some of your best traits as a Gemini being ruled by Mercury, that you're so adaptable and versatile and inquisitive, and it's always there, but sometimes it's a little more difficult for you to express those parts of yourself if you're in a situation where you're afraid or where you kind of feel a lot of peer pressure to act in a certain manner or to do a certain thing. But I do see that you're realizing more and more that you can channel this empowered version of yourself that really gives 0 Fs as often as necessary, and that sometimes that's the only way to really survive and thrive in a world where so many people have an opinion about how you should live your life and what you should believe in. So do know here, my beautiful Gemini babies, that July is going to be a highly empowering month for you. So we have a few cards that popped right out of the pile that I want to get into discussing. I absolutely love how the Wild Muse Oracle deck is just so colorful and beautiful, and the quality of these cards, it's just amazing. I really hope that you do check out this deck that I just published. All the links are below, by the way. Also, my crystal rings are linked below. Next up, we've got the Hierophant. Now, in the Hierophant, we've got a major arcana card, and the Hierophant connects by default to the sign of Taurus, and it stands for convention as well as stability. Overall, the Hierophant is a card that is about your education, about your beliefs, and also to a certain degree conformity as well as group identification. So I want you to understand within the Hierophant and this 0 Fs given situation that you are questioning a lot of the different structures that are put in place, whether it be in our education system or just in different societies, and how it actually keeps a lot of people captive, closeted, and unable to authentically be themselves. And you want to break out of that while still retaining the best parts of what it means to be in a group and in a community, which is support, mutual understanding, things like that. I see here within the 5 of Cups that for all my beautiful Geminis during the month of July, you will find that it's not easy. A lot of people do seem to be have this thing ingrained in them, right? To have a set belief system and be unable to see beyond that. And it's not like you're trying to conform anyone. It's more about you challenging other people to be open-minded and see things from other perspectives. And the Five of Cups shows me that you may be disappointed in some people. I see within the Queen of Swords that you will, however, not give up. The Queen of Swords is a representation of a strong air sign, such as yourself. And the Queen of Swords is someone who is honest, someone who is very witty, and who is going to take any experiences that they have gathered and been through in order to grow and do better next time. You don't take no for an answer, and you never feel as though being defeated or feeling defeated means that that's how it needs to remain for all time. Next up, we've got the Ace of Wands as well as the Empress. We've got a lot of very phallic energy here for you. Phallic energy is masculine energy. It is like phallic symbolism that we have here. Let's talk about the Ace of Wands, right? We've got the wand, we have swords showing up within your reading, and you two are an air sign, which is a very phallic type of sign, one that isn't afraid to take action and to make things happen. And that's what we've got here in the Ace of Wands. Your creative force, your enthusiasm and confidence, really bringing out the best of the courageous side of yourself. And I see here within the Empress that a lot of people find that super attractive. So don't be surprised if during the month of July, you've got a lot of secret admirers kind of coming out of the woodworks and telling you how much that you actually turn them on, how much they find you to be an attractive individual. And the Empress is also a major arcana card, which corresponds to the planet of Venus, which is the planet of love and beauty. And in that area of your life, I definitely see that being an initiator and being unafraid to face rejection makes you incredibly attractive. So you won't actually have to face any types of rejection because you are already showing that you're not afraid of anything that happens, and you just want to live and experience life to its fullest capacity. Next up, within the Five of Wands, I can see here that there is definitely competition during the month of July that you're going to have to fight through in order to get through the other side victoriously. So do know that when it comes to your career, when it comes to ways in which you're being creative and engaging in big projects, there will be some people who may try to reduce you to your appearance. I see that here within the Empress. There will be people who can tell that you are competition and who will try everything in their power in order to get ahead of the game. But I can see that naturally during the month of July, you are in a leadership position. You are in a winner's position. You're going to be victorious. And I see that no matter what challenges are before you, there is always a way. That is your firm belief system for the month of July. And it's helping you truly thrive in this lifetime, because while 10% of life is what happens to you, you know that the other 90% is 100% in your control if you allow it to be. So all of my beautiful Gemini babies, this is your July tarot horoscope and prediction. I hope that you enjoyed this two-part reading. Let me know below in the comment section by leaving a little flame emoji in the comment section. That way you can let me and others know that you're a Gemini and that you made it through to the end of your reading. Don't forget to grab a copy of the Wild Muse Oracle deck that just launched, and I'll speak to you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, all of my fellow Cancerians, and welcome to the second, even more personalized part of your July tarot horoscope. I hope that you enjoyed the first part of your prediction, which you got to pick during the intro of this video. But now let's get into what's happening for all of my fellow Cancerians during the month of July using the Wild Muse Oracle deck. We already have a card that popped right out of the pile. I can't wait to get into this with the third deck that I've published that I'm so proud of and to introduce you to its energy. Furthermore, happy birthday for all of you who are celebrating their birthday around the time of watching this video. My birthday is towards the end of June as well, so I hope we'll be able to celebrate with each other in spirit. So within the first card that we have for you, I see that the month of July is going to be like a journey. It's going to feel like a really long time. So July isn't going to go by very quickly for all of my fellow Cancerians. It's actually going to be a pretty slow burner, and maybe that does have to do with the fact that your birthday is around this time or just prior to July, and maybe there are also other reasons which we're going to look into now. So next up, we've got disconnect. I can see that you're definitely going to take a little break from everything that drains you and zaps energy out of you, as we have here within the disconnect card. So whether that be going on a little hiatus from social media or disconnecting from people and situations that drain your energy, you're doing what's best for your energy levels. I also want to add some charms into your reading. So let's see what we've got. Oh wow, we've got a little Cancerian charm. You can't make this up, my beautiful Cancer babies. This is meant to be. This is meant to be your reading. Out of all of the charms, you receiving a little Cancerian is confirmation of the fact that this is so valid for you to disconnect, and don't allow for anyone to make you feel bad about taking time away from the draining vibration that is social media, or that is having to be in social situations that simply stress you out. Next up, we've got emotional baggage. I see that the more you disconnect and take time away, the more you can actually embark on a journey to figuring out what a lot of the baggage is that you're carrying with you, emotionally speaking, and how you can get rid of it, how you can unpack some of the baggage and travel more lightly on your journey through life. And you may want to do this through therapy or through talking to someone who you care about, who you truly trust, but you can also journal. That's like a free form of therapy as well, and journaling is definitely a staple when it comes to mental health. I see here within Stormy that when it comes to your emotions, July is definitely going to trigger some difficult emotions and just a lot of feelings overall. And that is not necessarily a negative thing, my beautiful Cancerians. Sometimes you need to cry things out or simply feel again in order to understand what's going on with you on an intellectual level, on an emotional level, on a spiritual level. So I do see here within Stormy that while July is going to be a lot and it's going to feel really long, you're going to learn a lot about yourself, which will give you tons of invaluable information about who you're becoming and the type of transformation that you're currently going through. I also want to add some messages from these runes. So let's go into these beautiful crystal runes and see what they have to say for you. Okay, so first up, this is the rune that we've got for you. Let's take a moment to decipher it. So within this rune, we've got Manas. Manas corresponds to the letter M, and it speaks of the self, of friends, culture, mankind. And I see here in connectivity to the rest of your reading that you are a super sensitive soul, which makes a lot of sense as you are a Cancerian, and you're just the type of person that can sometimes get discouraged when you see how mankind and just humanity treats one another and what's going on in this world. And it can definitely be a bit of a downer. It can definitely make you feel kind of heavy-hearted because you want to help as many people as you possibly can, and you want to leave a positive mark on this planet, and it can sometimes just feel like there's so much to do. So it is so essential that you distance yourself from what is your responsibility and what is literally just you being a good person and trying to do the best that you can. But when you can't solve everybody's problems and you can't save everyone in the world, that shouldn't discourage you or make you feel like you've got a lot of weight on your shoulders. Next up, we've got the Queen of Cups. Now, the Queen of Cups is the Queen of Water signs, which again is confirmation that this reading was meant for you. The Queen of Cups shows us here that you are in a very thoughtful state during the month of July. You're feeling very loving, tender-hearted, and your psychic senses are super heightened. A type of crystal that I would recommend that you wear is definitely amethyst. I always recommend that you wear amethyst rings on your left hand when you're feeling as though you want to bring out some of your psychic ability. And do also know here within the Queen of Cups that one thing about July is that you are in a state of not only dreaming, but also manifesting and intuitively knowing whether what you're doing is right and serving you and whether something isn't working for you. So listen to your gut feeling and don't overthink it. Next up, in the Nine of Coins, we've actually got a very positive foreshadowing and foretelling of your financial state. The Nine of Coins shows us here that through discipline as well as just refining your skills, you're able to create a lot of stability for yourself in the earthly realms with everything that has to do with your job, your professional life, and money, and that you're not really wanting for anything, and you're going to be enjoying a few extra luxuries during the month of July without having to check the price tag. I see here within the Five of Wands that there is a lot of competition for your position. So either for your position in your job or with your romantic partner. I can see here within the Five of Wands that a lot of people want what you have, and you sometimes aren't even aware of it and you don't see it. So when you're going through ups and downs, this can sometimes make you feel like you're being entitled. But don't discredit your struggles, my beautiful Cancerians, because one thing about this world and this lifetime is that we all have different struggles, but just because one struggle is like this and another struggle is like that, it doesn't make any one of our struggles less or more valid. And that's where I can see in the Five of Wands and Stormy that there's definitely also internally a little bit of a challenging aspect to July, because you almost feel bad for complaining about things or having any struggles, knowing how many people wish that they had some of their basic needs fulfilled that you are able to enjoy, such as shelter, such as, for example, internet, all of these types of things that you have. Next up, we've got the Moon. Now, my fellow Cancer babies, in the Moon, we've got a planet that's all about your habit patterns and feelings, and this is a planet that shows that you're really receptive and open. It also is the ruler of Cancer, actually, and as a Cancerian, you know you're a sensitive, nurturing creature of habit that loves to be in their own little bubble and is more often than not very introverted. So do know here that within the Moon, we've got your emotions and your feelings that you're figuring out, and also kind of understanding yourself and what you want to do in this next year of your life and existence is something that is making you a little nervous. The Emperor shows me, however, that you'll get onto the right track during the month of July. You will plan ahead and you will make some sort of game plan for the next year of your life, and you'll set goals and set your sights high. The Emperor is all about accomplishing the things that you set your mind to, planning ahead, and also not being afraid to put structure into your day-to-day life, not being afraid to use some authoritative energy in order to get to where you're trying to go. Next up, we've got the Sun. The Sun is actually one of the most positive cards of the major arcana within the tarot, and the Sun is a card that speaks not only of life force and prana, but also greatness and enlightenment. This is a sign of vitality, so your health will be in a good place and you will receive assurance of that. So for example, a very positive health report from your doctor, just overall understanding that you are in good shape when it comes to your physical and mental needs. And the sun is obviously a very joyful kind of sign to receive for the month of July that shows us here that your willpower is in a space of a lot of energy, and through willpower and vitality, you'll be able to accomplish some goals that you set your mind to for a long time. I see here within the eagle spirit that spirit does have your back and you're being watched over. The eagle may feel like a spirit animal to you, but I want you to know that even if it doesn't, the eagle spirit is a sign and symbol that you've got some ancestors and some people in the unseen who have your back and who are with you during the month of July. The rabbit spirit, last but not least, shows that July will be a lucky time for all of my beautiful Cancer babies, and that this is also a good time for you to take risks, right? Because it is a lucky time. So know here within the rabbit spirit that taking risks is kind of encouraged for the month of July if you're going to take risks during any month of the year. And I also want you to know here within the rabbit spirit that this is a symbol of fertility. This is a symbol of plenty. So July is definitely looking like there is a lot going on. Enjoy every moment of it and use the stormy situations where you're unsure about what your emotions are trying to tell you to learn, to journal, to document, because it'll all make sense in due time. So all of my beautiful fellow Cancerians, I hope that you've enjoyed this reading that was channeled just for you. Make sure that you leave a little crab emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here, that you received and enjoyed your reading. And furthermore, of course, do not forget to check out the Wild Muse Oracle deck. I'll leave the link to it below in the description box. I wouldn't want you to miss out on this absolutely gorgeous Oracle deck. You need no prior knowledge of tarot or oracle cards in order to be able to use this deck, which is why I created it. So thank you for being here and for spending this divine time and space with me, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, all my beautiful Leo babies, and welcome to the second and even more personalized part of your July predictions and tarot horoscope. I want to get into all things Leo now that you've received the first part of your reading that you selected during the intro of this video. So I'll of course be getting into it with the Wild Muse Oracle deck, which I'm so excited to have just launched, and I hope that you absolutely enjoy your reading and these beautiful oracle cards. First up, we've got multiple streams. So one thing that I can see for my beautiful Leo babies is that you are developing and working on not only multiple streams of income, so you don't just have to rely on one, so think multiple jobs or a side hustle, but I do also see multiple streams of abundance coming your way in an unexpected way. So for example, having some extra hours that you can work, extra projects that you can put in order to just create a little bit more of a peace of mind situation for the month of July and not feel as though you're just depending on one person or one stream of income. And by one person, I also mean for emotional needs, not feeling like you have to rely on one human being, having multiple different people whom you trust and whom you know your secrets are safe with, so you can open up and just simply let yourself be who you truly are. In time to move on, I can see that also realizing during the month of July when there are some relationships and things that are just not working and not feeling held back, not feeling as though it is a failure if you have to move on from a business venture, a side hustle, or a friendship that just simply wasn't worth your time. I see here within 0 F's given, my beautiful Leo babies, that's exactly the type of vibe you're taking with you throughout July. You may be sad for a brief moment, but at the end of the day, you definitely also want to narrow down your group of close friends, acquaintances, and also business business ideas to a few great ones rather than too many good ones that you don't have time for, because spreading yourself thin is probably one of the worst things you can do if you're trying to be as successful as you possibly can be in being a great friend, a great family member, a great business person, and just overall being able to focus on certain areas of your life and make the best of it. Next up, we've got tell it like it is. You're unafraid to just speak your mind, tell your truth, and also not care about whether someone else finds it offensive or likes it or not. You will always be respectful, but at the same time, you're also not going to allow for anyone to tell you how to feel or how to speak about your feelings, because at the end of the day, especially during July, you want to be authentic. And if you're watching this close to your birthday, my beautiful Leo baby, happy birthday from me. And as a Leo, you are ruled by the sun, in case you didn't know this, and you're a very generous individual. You are super creative. You are naturally more of a leader than the other signs. And I do also see here that with being such an open-minded individual, and with that also comes a need for individuality, self-realization, and just being able to truly communicate what you're going through and how you're feeling without any shame. I see here that fertility is an important one for you during the month of July. Think pregnancy scare, just overall thinking about fertility. And I want you to know here that rather than caring so much about what some people are saying, you know what works for you when it comes to fertility. So whether you identify as a man or a woman, or you identify as anyone else, I want you to know here in fertility and 0 F's given that you want to have sovereignty over your body and the rights to do whatever feels good with your body, the right to make your own autonomous decisions. And I see that this is a big topic of conversation for you during the month of July. And within truth, you want to be honest, and you're not going to hold back no matter if someone has opposing thoughts or opinions. You're going to be very real about how you feel when it comes to fertility. You're going to be very real about your own journey to parenthood or to stay away from parenthood and how you're affected by the current societal divide and issues that we are seeing within this world. I see within protection that it's becoming more and more important for you, my beautiful Leo babies, to protect all living beings on this planet, especially those who seemingly have rights that are constantly being compromised, belittled, and shut down. And protection is one thing that I also see here for you when it comes to the planet and the environment, plants and animals. You're telling it like it is. You're being honest, outspoken, and upfront, and you do not care whether some people like it or not. You will speak your truth and you will say what needs to be said. You're feeling empowered, my beautiful Leo babies, and maybe this also comes with you entering a new cycle, a new year of life on planet Earth. And I see within empowerment that you are fearless. You're truly embracing your best Leo self. And rather than feeling as though, oh, maybe it's too much, maybe you're being a little bit too big, too showy, too dramatic, you're embracing the fun-loving side of yourself at the same time. And you are truly just showing that you have strong opinions, you can be outspoken, and you will be, and nothing's going to stop you or hold you back. You are a force that cannot be stopped, and you are here to display that nobody's going to shame or scare you out of being yourself. Wow, we've got Leo next, my beautiful Leo babies. I don't know if you saw me shuffling these cards. You really can't make this up. Within Leo, you are so strongly connected to this part of your birth chart, my beautiful Leo babies. And you know how a lot of people say that Leos can be a little egotistical or just all about themselves? Well, I can see here that you're shining in your best light. And anyone who feels that way, genuinely, they're kind of jealous. Let's just be real, because you're not just shining in your light in order to display what you want and what you need. You are also holding the torch for other people. I see here within Capricorn that aside from strong Leo energy, and that being confirmed within this Leo tarot horoscope and prediction for the month of July, I see within Capricorn that you want to make a change and a difference. You want to walk the talk. You want to actually follow through and hold people accountable. And within Capricorn, we've also got a sign of the zodiac that is ruled by Saturn. And Saturn is a planet of discipline, commitment, and overcoming challenges through this discipline and this commitment. And I can see that that is a really important part for you of July, of holding people accountable and of making sure that the world is changing for the better. So all of my beautiful Leo babies, you've got some big plans ahead of you. You've got some amazing things that you're doing during the month of July, and I'm already so proud of everything that you'll be able to accomplish and the mountains that you will move. Thank you so much for being here, for spending this divine time and space with me. Don't forget to check out the Wild Muse Oracle deck. I'll leave it linked below in the description box. This Oracle deck is one I've been working on for so long, and I really can't wait to share it with all of you across the globe. So thank you for being here, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming monthly predictions. Hello, all my beautiful Virgo babies, and welcome to your July 2022 predictions and tarot horoscope. This is the second and even more personalized part of your July prediction, and I want to get straight into it. I will be using, of course, the Wild Muse Oracle deck in order to guide you into all things Virgo when it comes to your July 2022 readings. So let's get into it. As a Virgo, you are ruled by Mercury. You're someone who is pretty detail oriented and service minded. As a Virgo, you are known to others as someone who is super helpful and useful. Next, we've got beauty sleep for you. So within beauty sleep, I can see that when it comes to July, you're focusing on resting, recuperating, and even though you're definitely someone who is detail oriented and loves to help, you are noticing that you've maybe worn yourself out way too much in the past just in order to help other people out or make other people happy. So you're putting your own rest and your beauty sleep first during the month of July and just taking some time to simply relax. Next up, we've got create and progress. So my beautiful Virgo babies, I see here that will actually really fuel your creativity, and you will feel as though any blockages that you had, creatively speaking, are going to be lifted, as you feel as though any writer's or creator's block is gone as soon as you give yourself time to properly rest and recuperate. Furthermore, you will be spending time with a lot of people who simply get you and understand you. Maybe they're fellow Virgos or just overall people who understand where you're coming from and understand where you're trying to go and what your concerns are, because I see that your tribe definitely represents your vibe and is the type of environment where you can properly thrive and be yourself. I also want to add some runes into your reading, so let's see what the Runiverse has to say. Okay, so this is the rune that popped right out of the bowl for you. I'm trying to zoom in so you can properly see this. Okay, here we go. So within this rune right here, we've got Tiwaz. Tiwaz is the rune of honor. It corresponds to the letter T, and it is also a rune of justice and leadership. So I can see here that rather than feeling as though you constantly need to work, or like you not constantly being busy takes away from your honor, you're taking the lead and bringing justice to your own existence by reminding yourself that you're not a machine, you're a person. You need some rest and time to just chill as well, and it can't be expected of you to just constantly be on the go and doing things. You too need some vacation time, and you're taking it during the month of July. I see here with there's always a way that for all of my beautiful Virgo babies, July is actually a month of finding so many different paths and so many different ways to get to your ultimate goals and to get to the destinations that you're trying to go to. You won't allow for anyone to tell you that you need something super specific to reach a goal. No, you understand that there are always multiple different routes and ways that lead to a destination, and you're completely okay with taking an unconventional route. Let's add one more rune into the reading for you. So within this rune, we've got Pertho. Pertho corresponds to the letter P, and it stands for magic, mystery, and divine feminine. So being especially connected to all the femininity in your life, whether you identify as male or female, is one thing that I see here that is part of your creative progress as well, because you're not afraid to express both sides of yourself, the masculine and the feminine. And I do also see here within Perthro that you've got a part of you that is almost like a third part, a very mysterious way of being that is exclusive to you, my beautiful Virgo babies. And being ruled by Mercury means that you're someone who is pretty intelligent, quick, and witty, and you're great at communicating, but it's all about what you communicate. And you're definitely not someone who likes to share absolutely everything with everyone. You're very picky, and that saves you a lot of drama, stress, and headache in the long run. The 10-90 ratio is all about life being 10% of what happens to you, and 90% is really how you react to it, and you're being very picky about whom you choose to give a reaction to, and reminding yourself that when someone is trying to make you angry or just overall get under your skin, it's not worth reacting, as that will only harm you and satisfy the person who's trying to get that reaction. I see here within big changes that the month of July is definitely going to bring some unexpected challenges, but also positive changes for you, as the big changes card is usually a very positive foreshadowing. Let's see exactly what that refers to. I want to use some charms for you. So let's see what we've got. We've got this shell with a little pearl on the side. So I do see here that some changes have to do with your emotions and people valuing them and finally feeling as though you are truly understood. And then we also have this beautiful teapot here. So changes that have to do with being very open, communicative, and talking with others, maybe during a tea ceremony, during a little ritual where you feel like you can just relax, be yourself, and be very open and share some things with your tribe, with the people who get your vibe, all of my beautiful Virgo babies. Let's move further into your reading, though, to figure out more information about what's coming towards you during the month of July. So we've got the wolf spirit, which is all about turning knowledge into wisdom, and the cow spirit, which speaks of endless miracles. So the more that you can turn knowledge into wisdom, and one quote that I once heard and it stuck with me, I really love it, is as follows: wisdom is nothing but crystallized pain. And I think that's a very powerful statement, and it just shows that learning lessons can be hard, it can hurt, but once you have been able to truly see the wisdom and truly see painful experiences as the lessons that they are, you will actually find that the knowledge you can take from it brings you so many miracles, actually endless amounts of miracles, because often our pain and our struggles are very subjective to us. So for you, my beautiful Virgo babies, it could, for example, feel very painful to try to do the best that you can to help others, to provide amazing service, and then find that there are always some people who don't appreciate it or who throw it back in your face. And that type of pain may be really exclusive to you. Someone who identifies as an Aquarius may not feel that way whatsoever. They may just think to themselves, whatever, I'm gonna move on, and I don't really care about how anyone treats me when I'm providing a service. I just care about what I'm doing. So that is where I'm trying to explain how pain is very subjective, and depending on what areas of your life can make you feel vulnerable, or in which areas of your life you feel reoccurring pain caused by either yourself and challenges with toxic patterns that you deal with and you face, or caused by other people, you know that that reaction means that this is an area in your life where you can still gain so much more wisdom and power over situations by having your emotions and your feelings under control. And I see here within the moth spirit that simply surrendering to the fact that we all have different areas where we can turn knowledge into wisdom, and knowing that each person's journey is different and takes a lot of time is definitely something that can simply allow you to surrender and be reminded of the fact that you just have to show up for yourself every day with pure intentions, and understand that it's completely okay for you to not know what comes next. It's completely okay to sometimes be triggered. Actually, the people and the situations that trigger you the most are usually your biggest teachers. Next up, within the dolphin spirit, know that throughout the month of July, for all my beautiful Virgo babies, lots of things can be true that can contradict themselves. So for one, you may be an environmentalist, but you may still enjoy traveling, taking flights to different places, exploring, even though that is obviously not good for the environment because it causes emissions. But one doesn't kind of eliminate you from the other. And understanding that life in itself contradicts itself in so many different ways, especially being a human being, will give you so much more peace and ease to just live your life without analyzing everything that you're doing or feeling bad for parts of you that you deem as imperfect. I see within the cat spirit that July allows you to claim your independence more than you ever have before. As a Virgo baby, you can tend to be a people pleaser and someone who does care about others' opinion, and sometimes that can be hard on you, or it can take away your independence, especially if you end up in friendships or relationships with people who are kind of toxic, or shall I say semi-toxic. And I do want you to know here in the cat spirit that during July, you're reclaiming a lot of independence that was once lost. The otter spirit shows me that regardless of what that means for certain relationships, you know that you're never alone. You know that you still have those people in your life who care about you, who will always be here for you, and who are healthy people to be around. Furthermore, the otter spirit does also show me some reconnecting with relationships and people who you thought were lost for good. So this doesn't even need to be someone who is still here in the physical form. This can also just be you reconnecting in the spiritual realm with someone who has departed from the earthly plane, and understanding that you're never alone, you're never without them. While they may not be here in the flesh, one thing about this planet is that nothing goes away, if that makes any sense. Everything still exists, just in a different shape and energetic form, right? When we take our last breath, we then turn into either ashes, or we're buried and we disintegrate and we turn into something else. Nothing leaves this planet. Everything is kind of recycled and reused, if that makes any sense. So everything that has ever lived and existed on this planet is still here in a way. And that is what I can see in the otter spirit, is so enlightening and in a way also comforting to you, all of my beautiful Virgo babies. So we're at the end of your July 2022 astrology part, and I hope that you enjoyed hearing about all things of Virgo for July. Let me know below in the comment section. Feel free to leave a little sunflower emoji below to let me and others know that you're a Virgo and you made it to the end. Furthermore, don't forget to check out the Wild Muse Oracle deck. I will leave the link to it below in the description box. This deck is one that I have been working on for so long. I truly put my heart and soul into creating this deck, and Also, my illustrator, Erin, of course, did a absolutely magnificent and beautiful job at bringing this deck to life, and I want to ensure that you don't miss out on it. So make sure that you check the link in the description box. Thank you so much for being here and for spending this divine time and space with me, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, all my beautiful Libra babies, and welcome to your July 2022 predictions and tarot horoscopes. So as a Libra baby, you are ruled by Venus, and I can't wait to get into your reading to figure out exactly what's coming towards all my beautiful Libra babies during the month of July. I will, of course, be starting off with the Wild Muse Oracle deck, so you can get acquainted with this new fabulous piece of art that I published. So let's move into it, shall we? First and foremost, we've got the 10-90 ratio. Now, you may ask yourself what this is, my beautiful Libra babies. Well, you can not only find out in the guidebook of the Wild Muse Oracle deck that comes with the deck, but I will, of course, also explain this to you here within the reading. The 10-90 ratio is all about life really being 10% what happens to you and what transpires, and 90% being how you react to things, and also this giving you back a lot of your own personal control and making you feel as though you are a lot more empowered than day-to-day life can sometimes make it out to be. So all my beautiful Libra babies, know that July is going to be an empowering month where you make your own decisions, and you know that at the end of the day you are sort of like the queen of everything when it comes to your life and your world. Whether you like to identify as the queen, king, unicorn of everything, you get the gist, my beautiful Libra babies. Know here that this also corresponds beautifully to Venus, which you are ruled by, and Venus is the planet of love and beauty. As a Libra baby, you're someone who is very diplomatic, you're flirty, you're peace-loving, and I see here that taking back your personal power is definitely something that gives you peace of mind and just mental ease and flexibility that you desperately need, as I can see here within multiple streams that there's a lot going on. So you're either juggling multiple jobs, multiple streams of revenue, multiple relationships, love triangles. You get the picture, my beautiful Libra babies, and that can be tiring. So if you're not 100% in a spot where you're making your own decisions and where you feel as though you really do rule your mind, it can be a little difficult, because as soon as you hit a rough patch, you may feel as though everything's going downhill, or like everything is out of your control, and that can be a hard pill to swallow. So within Queen of Everything, as well as the 10-90 ratio, I do definitely see that you being in a healthy headspace is what makes July a successful month for you. Within Beauty Sleep, I can see that despite you having a lot of things on the go and a lot of things happening, you're still making a lot of time for rest, relaxation, recuperation, and to keep it really simple, just beauty sleep. You are definitely dedicated to getting your 8 hours a night, especially once you realize that pulling all-nighters or kind of cutting off your sleep pattern just in order to get more work done actually takes away from the quality of your work a lot more than you ever expected. And I see here within Time to Move On that that was a thing of the past. You're now more focused on getting real rest, on quality rather than quantity. So focusing on quality work as well as quality sleep rather than getting little sleep and doing a lot of work. You're actually looking at what the results are and what's most effective for you. So you're moving on from who you used to be at a younger age, at an earlier point in time, and you're seeing things from a more mature viewpoint, if that makes sense to you, my beautiful Libra babies. Let's also add some runes within your reading just to figure out more information. Ooh, I hope that wasn't too loud. Okay, let's see what rune that we have here for you. So within this rune, my beautiful Libra babies, let's identify it. I believe this is Othala, and within Othala, we've got goddess energy. Your property home is going to be filled with plenty, and within the Queen of Everything, I can definitely see that this resonates with how life is treating you during the month of July. Let's to add one more rune. I believe we can identify this rune as Isa. Isa corresponds to the letter I. It's all about a standstill, and it actually represents ice. And within this 1090 ratio, I can definitely see that there is this moment of enlightenment. There is this epiphany that you're going to experience during the month of July, where you remove all responsibility from being on you when it comes to other people's reactions and other people's feelings. So rather than feeling like you are responsible for how someone else feels, or you are solely responsible for a situation, you're understanding that you may play a part or a role, but it's not your responsibility to make someone else feel good. It's not your responsibility to make someone else happy or content with their life, and you are not responsible for problems in your neighborhood, in your city, in this world, because I know a lot of you carry a lot of responsibilities on your shoulders with work, maybe even with your education, and it is not all 100% up to you, especially when things go wrong. Don't put so much of the responsibility solely on your shoulders, my beautiful Libra babies. I see here within Tell It Like It Is that you have gone through a lot, and the month of July definitely invites you to open up, to speak up, and also to share with others in a lot of instances where you did put all the responsibility of a difficult situation on your shoulders, how that affected you psychologically, mentally, and maybe even physically. Because I think one area that medicine can still explore so much more deeply is how psychological trauma, and especially day-to-day things, you know, every single day just having a little bit of weight on your shoulders can sometimes be so much more traumatic for you physically and for your physical health, right? As well as mentally, compared to one big trauma. I mean, every situation is different, but what I'm trying to say to you is that when you have reoccurring difficulties that you have to face every single day, and reoccurring weight on your shoulder every single day that just doesn't go away, you never get a breather, your body is constantly in fight or flight mode, that can sometimes be so much more damaging to us than if one difficult situation occurs. And I think it's not taken as seriously, and I see that during the month of July, you're speaking up, and you're also informing yourself more and more about how you can get your body out of fight or flight mode, and actually practicing that, right? Taking time for beauty sleep and moving on from toxic work patterns. Next up, we've got the sea goddess of creativity. I can see here that there is some new, fresh, creative joy that's coming your way during the month of July, all of my beautiful Libra babies. And this is going to leave you feeling as though you're refreshed, like July actually was not the easiest emotionally speaking, because you did confront a lot of things, but at the same time it was also so necessary. It was such a month of growth and personal development, where I see here within the botanical sea temple that next you've got some blooming opportunities coming your way. So a lot of opportunities that you never expected to come your way, work opportunities that you didn't think would see the light of day, not for you, that you maybe saw other people experiencing, but you thought it was too far out of reach. Whereas the botanical sea temple shows me here that throughout the month of July, you're building up to one big opportunity that's coming your way, and that's going to leave you feeling really speechless. I want to add some charms just to get more information about this opportunity. So we've got the feather. It's a very intellectual one, as the feather corresponds to the element of air. And in case you didn't know that, my beautiful Libra babies, not only are you an air sign, but so are Geminis and Aquariuses, and you are said to be people who are intellectually very quick, witty. You are also social, creative, and adventurous. And I want you to know here that this blooming opportunity has to do with challenging your mind, but you actually really being like mature enough and big enough for this challenge. Next up, we've got this sea star. So I do see here that there are a lot of different moving little parts that had to come together in order to make this opportunity real and in order to make it work. And next up, we've got this bike. So you're going to be commuting. It's going to put you in a different space, but not all that far away, if it makes any sense. So think of, for example, moving offices, moving jobs, and it's not so far away that you couldn't reach it with just a bike ride, but at the same time, you are definitely changing where you are geographically, where you're spending time in this new, fresh opportunity. Next up, we've got the sacred fish spirit. I do see here that you are simplifying your life a lot more during the month of July. So getting rid of things that only complicate your life, especially if you have a lot of a certain item. If you have a lot of books, a lot of clothes, a lot of shoes, a lot of just random items. Maybe you've got a lot of home decor that's just everywhere. You're donating a lot of it. You're getting rid of many things just in order to create a cleaner, more simple lifestyle and appearance within your living space. Whereas the octopus spirit shows us here that the more you simplify your life, the more you actually feel like you can use your ingenuity. And in case you haven't seen this, I recommend this to everybody. Watch The Octopus Teacher on Netflix and then come back, my beautiful Libra babies. Let me know how you liked it. I know it won't disappoint. This is such a beautiful, intelligent creature. And I can see within the octopus spirit that you too are almost like using your own octopus spirit in order to find different ways to make the best of what you have. And sometimes paths only become clear once we've removed all of the other obstacles and all of the other embellishments that are around. So the more you simplify your life, often the more obvious the right path for you becomes. And that is one thing that I can see you doing in July, quite literally speaking, getting rid of a lot of unnecessary and unwanted items so you can really focus on making your living space perfect and only having things in it that are either useful or beautiful, and deciding whether you want to stay in this space or maybe completely move on and go to the next adventure, because there isn't really much holding you back. So all of my beautiful Libra babies, this is the reading that I received for you for your July tarot horoscope. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Furthermore, don't forget to check out the Wild Muse Oracle deck that I just published with this video. This is such a gorgeous deck. I mean, just look at it. The quality is really insane and out of this world. You guys know that is like my number one thing when it comes to my decks. I want to make sure that I create quality for you and cards that you can use for years or decades to come. So make sure you check out the Wild Muse Oracle below in the description box. Thank you so much for being here. Can't wait to speak to you in one of my upcoming predictions. Stay safe, my beautiful Libra babies, and I'll talk to you soon. Hello, all of my beautiful Scorpio babies, and welcome to your July 2022 predictions and tarot horoscopes. I'm going to get straight into it, starting off with the Wild Muse Oracle deck. I hope you're prepared for your July readings for part 2 of it, and I hope that you enjoyed the first part, which you got to pick during the intro of this video. So let's get into it. We've got a leap of faith for you, my beautiful Scorpios. So something big is happening, and it's going to be pretty unexpected, as it is a leap of faith, and it's going to have you leaving behind some emotional baggage. So you're taking a big leap into the unknown. You're just going to have faith that everything will work out for you. And I see here that this is going to challenge some of your emotional baggage. So if from childhood, for example, my beautiful Scorpios, you've come from a background where you felt as though people didn't really believe in you or believe that you would make anything out of your life, and you're taking a big leap when it comes to your professional life and your career, this may challenge your emotional baggage. This may challenge some of the trauma that you've experienced. And for a short moment, you may really worry that the things that people have been projecting onto you may come true. But I do want you to know here that this leap of faith is so necessary in July. And I see here within Hidden in Plain Sight that you often don't realize how much more powerful, intelligent, and capable that you are because of some of the emotional baggage that you've had to deal with. And all my beautiful Scorpio babies, I'm sorry that you had to go through a lot of people maybe not believing in you and showing it too, because that really does something to you emotionally speaking. That really can do a number on how you feel about yourself and your confidence. And I see here within Hidden in Plain Sight that a lot of the best aspects of you were hidden in plain sight for a very long time, and you're uncovering some of this in July. Like, for example, the fact that you are someone who's really passionate, someone who's very magnetic and who can persevere. You may have never really celebrated that in yourself just because of all of the other things that you were told that made you feel doubtful of yourself or kind of took away from your confidence. I see here within Stormy that the month of July is definitely going to be a month of confronting a lot of your emotions. As a Scorpio, you can be very intense, and you're definitely someone who feels all the feels. You are ruled by Pluto, and Pluto is known to be here for transformation. Pluto is connected to your destiny, and I can see here that whenever things seem stormy, whenever you're in front of this big leap that you can take where you're just going to have faith in your capabilities, you know that you're dealing with your destiny, that it's almost like a date with destiny, so to say, my beautiful Scorpio babies, and that you're moving in the right direction. I see within Create and Progress that creativity will be there for you during July as a safe haven, a safe space where you can retreat to and simply take time to unwind, relax, and decompress, as putting a lot of your emotional baggage or the feelings that come from this emotional baggage into your art is a great way for you to process things, and is an excellent way for you to deal with things in a very healthy manner that doesn't leave you feel depleted or like you have a lot of internal pressure that's building up. Next up, we've got the Page of Wands. Now, the Page of Wands shows me someone here in your life during the month of July who is very fun, who's creative and confident, and they're inspiring you. The Page of Wands shows me that they are a young fire sign. Think a Leo, a Sagittarius, or an Aries baby, and they're definitely someone who isn't afraid to just say how they feel. Let's figure out exactly what the letters within their name are. So we've got the letter T as well as C for this person. So these are their letters, and they're going to inspire you to move forward and to see all of the positives in yourself, my beautiful Scorpio babies. Within the Death card, we've got a transformation. So the Death card has a very heavy stigma, but the Death card is actually not a bad card within the major arcana, because the Death card actually represents a transformation, a new beginning. The Death card corresponds to Scorpio. This is the card of the major arcana that naturally has the astrological correspondence of Scorpio, and it's all about a transformation, but it is also a sign of your sensuality and your sexuality taking on a new life and a different form. So don't feel as though this is something negative. It just speaks of a huge transformation and change that's taking place for you during the month of July. So see the Death card as exactly what it is, which is you eliminating some things that shouldn't make it through the transition into the next part of your cycle, whether that be some emotional baggage, whether that be some difficult feelings that you have about yourself. You are eliminating what no longer serves you, and those things need to come to an end. I see here within the Two of Cups that we have really amazing news when it comes to your romantic life, my beautiful Scorpio babies. The Two of Cups is actually one of the most favorable cards when it comes to romance, love, and being with another person. So, for example, eliminating or fighting your natural wants and wishes with a romantic partner is something that's taking place in July, because you no longer want to get in your own way. Whether that is you being with someone that your community doesn't approve of, or you trying new things, romantically speaking, not being afraid of being judged. The Two of Cups shows me a strong union between two people who care about one another, and also two people who are going to stick by one another's side no matter what. Two people who are authentic. I see here within the Ten of Wands for my beautiful Scorpio babies that you definitely are going to ask yourself whether the struggle is worth it with certain people, whether the struggle is worth it of hiding some parts of yourself that you feel passionate about, whether the struggle is worth it of sparing certain people, of being truthful, of being honest, of calling them out on the BS that they put you through. And you will find that it's not worth it. It's not worth protecting someone who doesn't want to take responsibility for the things that they did to you anyways, and doesn't even want to acknowledge them. So I can see that July is definitely not an easy month for my Scorpio babies, but it is a month that will be transformative. It is a month where a lot of people are going to turn their heads and be like, hey, what got into you, Scorpio? How did you find all of this confidence? Where did you get all of this outspokenness from? I thought that you would keep all of these deep, dark secrets hidden. I thought that you would take these things to the grave with you, and that's where I can see that you're unearthing a lot of truth that is making certain people feel uncomfortable and making them feel like, hey, wait, you were not supposed to tell the truth about what transpired or what really happened in this situation. But I can see here that you want to protect people moving forward. You have a very, very deep and important role that you're playing during the month of July, my beautiful Scorpio babies, because also seeing if someone is in danger, for example, if you know that something weird is going on between two people and one person may be kind of in a place where they can only be a victim, right? For example, if there is a parent that isn't treating their child the way that they should, and you are in this family, or you know that certain deep, dark secrets have gone on between a parent or a family member and a child, you want to protect that person. You are not going to keep your mouth shut. You are going to open up about it. You're going to talk about it. And I think you understand what I mean, my beautiful Scorpio babies. I don't want this video to get censored, so I'm kind of just trying to describe to you the type of injustice that if you see it, you're speaking up, and you are here to protect those who can't protect themselves, maybe because they're still too young, maybe because they physically or mentally just are not in the headspace to do so. And you are more than happy to be like a big sister, a big brother, a protector of people who truly need it. Next up, I can see here that you come from a place of peace. So you're not butting in during the month of July when it comes to anyone's personal business that is none of your concern. You're not a messy person. You're not someone who is about drama or about conflict. That is not you. But when you see something that isn't right, when you see something that may affect another individual negatively in the long run, and you know that there's something you can do in order to help another individual or even an animal, I can see here that that's something that you're willing to kind of put yourself on the line for a little bit. You're a very self-sacrificing individual. So it is very important that You take things slowly in July as there's so much going on. As mentioned, you have a big leap of faith coming for you, as well as some emotional baggage that you are addressing. You also have some other individuals that you're trying your hardest to protect and to be there for, while still trying to find balance somewhere through being creative and also exploring your own love life and sensuality and sexuality. So there's so much going on, my beautiful Scorpio babies. I hope you're ready for July, because it is going to be filled with a lot of different layers, but none of what's going on here is too much for you to handle. So bear in mind, my beautiful Scorpio babies, that you're stronger than you give yourself credit for, and the month of July is going to show you just that. So thank you so much for being here and for spending this divine time and space with me. Make sure that you don't forget to check out the Wild Muse Oracle deck. This is such a beautiful creation that I took so much time, effort, and love to put together, and I'd love for you to be able to enjoy this deck just as much. So the link to this will be below in the description box. I've used it throughout these readings, so if you want to get an idea of what these cards look like, feel free to just click through this video as I use the deck throughout. Thank you so much, all my beautiful Scorpio babies. Know that I'm sending you so much love, and I can't wait to catch up with you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, all my beautiful Sagittarius babies, and welcome to your July predictions and tarot horoscope. So this is the second and even more personalized part of this reading for you. I hope that you enjoyed part one, which you got to pick from the intro of this video, but now we'll get into all things Sagittarius during the month of July. So I will of course be starting off with the Wild Muse Oracle deck, so you can get acquainted with these beautiful new cards of this gorgeous new deck that I just published. The quality of these cards is astounding, and they are just so fabulous. I can't wait to show you. First up, we've got no strings attached for you, my beautiful Sagittarius babies. So I see here that when it comes to the month of July, you're not looking for any heavy commitments, whether it be through a contract that you're being asked to sign for an item or a job, or even another serious relationship in your life. I can see here that it's best for you to maintain as much freedom as you possibly can during the month of July, as you don't want to feel confined or constricted. In Create and Progress, I do also see here that you don't want anyone or anything to stifle your creativity. It's really important for you to maintain openness on an emotional level, but also openness when it comes to your schedule and your itinerary. You want to ensure that no one is taking up too much of your time when you could be spending that time creating, coming up with new ideas, new projects that you want to look into, and also just overall having fun. Next up, we've got Take Action. July is a month that is filled with action for you, my beautiful Sagittarius babies, and you're being called to take even further action. So take it that little step further, really go there. If there's an opportunity for you to go on an adventure, to try something completely new, to visit a new city or a new country, take action, all my beautiful Sagittarius babies. Don't stay rooted and don't feel as though there are any strings that you're attached to that are keeping you complacent or keeping you away from the fresh adventures. Next up, we've got The Ship Has Sailed. Yes, bear this in mind. There's a reason why the Wild Muse Oracle deck is speaking so bluntly and directly to you. Because if you miss out on the opportunities, if you miss out on taking action, the ship will have sailed, it will have departed, it will have left, that opportunity will have come and gone, and it will not come back. So it is important for you during the month of July to bear in mind that a lot of these moments are fleeting. Nothing will last forever, no opportunities, and also no challenges, of course, but that means that you have to take action when the opportunity presents itself. I see here within Confessions that a reason why you often do not take action, or why you sometimes allow for people and situations to to attach their strings to you is because you are definitely a little worried about what may happen in this new situation, because anxiety is most likely something that you're struggling or dealing with in regards to these topics. So it's of course a lot easier to just deal with the things you already know. And I see within confessions that being very honest to yourself about this and what it means and how it's affected you in the past, my beautiful Sagittarius babies, is shaping July up to be not only a month of action and change and breaking free from any constraints, but also looking in the eye the many opportunities in the past that you may have passed up on just because of fear or anxiety, and also just allowing for yourself to know that it's okay. Those moments have come and gone, and now it's time for you to forgive yourself as well and move on. Life is full of endless opportunity. Don't feel as though missing out on one is going to change everything, but take as many of the opportunities as you possibly can. Next up, we've got the Knight of Swords. Now, all of my Sagittarius babies, the Knight of Swords corresponds to the element of air, because the Suit of Swords, well, yes, that is the element of air. Now, with the Knight of Swords, we've got someone here who is very direct, very incisive, knowledgeable, and logical. They're someone who will tell you everything exactly how it is. They won't keep any secrets. And I see here in the Knight of Swords that this is someone who is pushing you to take action, who is inspiring you in that way, and who is reminding you that there are some opportunities in life that you simply need to take and go with and roll with. Next up, within the Eight of Coins, I can see here that when it comes to taking your opportunities during the month of July, it's so important for you to do your due diligence, to do your research, to gain knowledge, and to pay close attention to detail. If there is a work opportunity that presents itself for you, don't just sign on the dotted line, right? Make sure that you read the fine print. Make sure that you take your time. Don't feel as though just because you're being presented with an opportunity, as we have here in No Strings Attached, like you can't take the time to read up on whether it's the right thing for you or not. Know that it is completely up to you to ensure that you're protecting yourself, that you are legally in the right to terminate or to get out of a situation whenever necessary, and that often people just try to pressure you into signing something or agreeing to something very quickly, because they know that if you look at the little details in the fine print, you may just back out. So beware of any types of situations in which you're being pressured to just do things super quickly. That is often a red flag. Next up, we've got the Ace of Cups. Now, the Ace of Cups is a really interesting card that actually speaks of new beginnings, especially in relationships, especially anything that has to do with emotions, intimacy, and love. So there is opportunity for a new beginning there. And I see here within the Moon, which is a major arcana card, which corresponds to the number 18, that there is a little bit of fear here for you when it comes to attachment. And we had these no strings attached here. All of my beautiful Sagittarius babies, are you going through some attachment issues, or is this something that you've dealt with for a long time? If this is something that you've been dealing with, leave a little moon emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that this is something that you struggle with. But do know here within the Ace of Cups and the Moon that it is completely up to you during the month of July whether you commit to a fresh relationship or you stay single as a Pringle by yourself in the relationships that you already know, whether those are platonic friendships or situationships. It is your choice how attached that you get, but make sure that you're not avoiding attachment for the wrong reasons. I want to now add some runes into your reading as well, so we can figure out what else your guides have to say. Okay, let's decipher this rune that we have here. So within this rune, we have Kanaz. Kanaz corresponds to the letter K, and it symbolizes a torch. It is like this revelation, the source of inspiration as well as creativity. So seeing here that you've got this torch, this new fresh idea, does show me that there may be some really intricate new idea that you have to take action on, that once in a lifetime little epiphany and moment of enlightenment where you have a crazy idea that could work and that could change your life for the better. And the torch can, of course, also stand for a new romantic flame, as we have here in connectivity to the Ace of Cups. Let's add another crystal rune into your reading. So here, I believe we've got, I think this is Hagalaz. Hagalaz corresponds to the letter H, and Hagalaz corresponds to a hailstorm, some sort of change, and sometimes even destruction. So do know here that within Hagalaz, we have a message for all my beautiful Sagittarius babies that speaks of ensuring that you let go of anything you've been holding on to, emotionally speaking, as we have here within Confessions, because the more that you hold on to truths that need to be set free, the more that will really just cause internal destruction, internal friction, challenges, and anxiety. Next up, we've got compassion. So the month of July does ask of you to be compassionate, not just with others, but especially with yourself, my beautiful Sagittarius babies. You sometimes forget that you too need to tend to your emotions, especially because you are a fire sign. You're very passionate, fun, and also temperamental. You can be super spontaneous, but sometimes dealing with emotions can be a little confusing and also a little scary for you, which is understandable. I see here within your dreams that some dreams during the month of July are going to be highly meaningful. They're most likely also going to have some of these ideas that are floating around that will be presented to you that you're being called to take action on. So a very big idea that could change your life for the better will come to you in a dream during the month of July. Let's see what it's got to do with, my beautiful Sagittarius babies. So we've got upside down. This is meant to turn your entire reality upside down, all of my beautiful Sagittarius babies, and change things completely. So you will see things from a completely different and new viewpoint when this idea and this dream comes to you. And it's going to be like this big epiphany, this moment of enlightenment. So don't be afraid to keep a pen and some paper next to your bed in order to be able to write down the dreams as soon as you wake up and you remember them, because often dreams are very fleeting, and it's important for you to note them down, as they too have this notion of no strings being attached, right? Forgetting dreams is something that happens super easily and very shortly thereafter waking up. So make sure that you have some way of taking note of your dreams and documenting them. So all my beautiful Sagittarius babies, this is the reading that I received for you. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Let me know below in the comment section. Furthermore, do not forget to check out the Wild Muse Oracle deck. I have worked on this deck for about 2 years, and the quality of it and all of the details, they're just amazing, and I can't wait for all of you to receive your copy of this stunning Oracle deck. You need no prior knowledge about tarot or Oracle cards in order to be able to immediately use this deck and have fun with it. The links are below in the description box, so make sure that you check those out. All my beautiful Sagittarius babies, thank you for being here, for spending this time with me. I can't wait to see what July brings you and what crazy new inventions you bring into this world. And I'll speak to you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, all my beautiful Capricorn babies, and welcome to your July Tarot Horoscope. This is part 2 of your July prediction. I hope that you enjoyed picking the first part during the intro of this video. But now we'll get into all things Capricorn for the month of July. I will, of course, be using my brand spanking new Wild Muse Oracle deck in order to guide you through the month of July and to get you acquainted with this amazing new creation. So let's move into it, shall we, my beautiful Capricorns? Let's figure out exactly what July has in store for you. So let's see what Spirit has to say first about the upcoming month. We've got hidden in plain sight. So all of my beautiful Capricorn babies, I can see that some things are hidden in plain sight from you, meaning that they are right before you, but you're not realizing that some of the opportunities as well as answers are so easily accessible. If you've ever been in a situation where you've been trying to rack your head around how to overcome an obstacle or a challenge, what to do next, and then all of a sudden it comes to you and the answer is way easier than you expected it to be. While you were trying to figure out all of these complicated ways to make things work, the answer was right before you and super simple. That's what I mean here with an hidden in plain sight. We've also got upside down as well as no strings attached. All you need to do is to relinquish any type of control issues that you have and any type of unseen loyalty that you have to certain ideas. I see here within no strings attached that the best way to find solutions that are hidden in plain sight is to let go of preconceived notions and ideas that you already had and see things from a completely fresh perspective. That's what we've got here with an upside down. So free yourself of any constraints of the knowledge that you already had, because sometimes when we think we know something, that can really shut us off to being open to new ideas and to even coming up with new innovative approaches to life, our work, as well as love. And as a Capricorn baby, you are a sign that is ruled by Saturn. You like what you like. You are a very practical person, and being ruled by Saturn shows us that you are very much someone who is rooted in discipline as well as commitment. And it can be hard for you to let go of commitments that have already been made or to let go of things that you've already learned work. But I do see here that July will challenge you to see things upside down, so to say, and from a completely fresh and new perspective. Next up, we've got your tribe is your vibe. All of my beautiful Capricorn babies, your tribe is truly your vibe and understands you. So spend time during the month of July with people who get where you're coming from, who understand where you're trying to go next, and who aren't afraid to be on this crazy, wild journey called life with you, without judgment, without feeling as though there's just one way to exist in this beautiful world. Your tribe is definitely not only meant to be open-minded, but also supportive of your ideas. I see here with an endless serendipity that that's what July is bringing you, my beautiful Capricorn babies. This is a very positive foreshadowing of what's coming for you in July, because serendipity basically translates to positive coincidences that are coming your way that you didn't expect, that you of course didn't see coming, but nevertheless it's impacting you in a fabulous way. That's one thing that I can see here for the month of July for you. Next up, we've got the best case scenario. All of my beautiful Capricorn babies, that's really what July is for you. It's the best case scenario. So if there is one way in which you see July being amazing, if there's one way that you picture the upcoming month and you think, okay, this is the best case scenario that could happen for me, know that it's going to transpire. The best case scenario also corresponds to the number 33, which is a master number. And in numerology, this number represents collaborating, also teaching, learning, being very open-minded. And here within the best case scenario, I want you to understand that any type of rainy or difficult days, difficult situations will be a thing of the past as your best case scenario is coming your way and being activated for the month of July. Let's see what else we've got for you. We've got animals, as well as transformation. So I do see here that when it comes to animals, we've got this best case scenario. So if you have a pet or some sort of animal that isn't doing too well, you're going to have the best case scenario take place for that pet. In some instances, it is transformation into the next realm if a pet is in a lot of pain, but in some instances, it's also a complete transformation to health, to feeling good again, and of course, surviving any type of hardship that life may have had in store for a particular animal. But furthermore, I do also see here within your transformation animals and your tribe is your vibe. I understand that sometimes for you, you prefer animal friendships over human friendships, just because humans can sometimes, well, often be a lot less trustworthy than animals. And I do see here that there is a lot that's changing, and where you see inspiration in other creatures and other forms of life, and you take a lot of not just ambition from that, but you also see how fortunate that you are. For example, animals have a lot of ways of helping themselves. They don't need us to survive, right? Despite how we have pets and how there are things such as zoos, such as different ways in which we're trying to protect animals. If it wasn't for us, they wouldn't need that protection to begin with. And it's just very inspirational to see how a lot of animals are able to overcome obstacles and come back from ailments just by instinctually knowing what to do. And I see that you're taking a lot of inspiration from this realm too, most likely even without noticing. I can see with lighten your load that during the month of July, giving up some projects just in order to ensure that you're not carrying the weight of the world on your back and on your shoulders is so appropriate. And that doesn't mean that you're giving up, my beautiful Capricorn babies. It can be hard to lighten your load when you have a lot of responsibilities or some projects that you've committed to, and it's only after the fact that you figure out just how much work it is and just how much you've now ended up spreading yourself thin. So do bear in mind that it is okay to retreat and retract from certain commitments. Just ensure that you explain this to the other person, that you ensure that anyone who is affected by this is in the clear and knows exactly why you have to lighten your load or why you have to turn down some sort of opportunity in order to focus on yourself or on another area within your life. And take some support from your friend circle and the group of people who get you if you feel bad about this. But do also take the learning lesson of not putting too much on your plate moving forward, so you don't have to continuously tell other people that actually you can't be there for every single commitment that you've made, because that will mess with your reputation. I see here within passion for all my beautiful Capricorns that you're feeling very ignited about a topic within your life. And I want to figure out exactly what that topic is that's igniting your spark during the month of July. Let's add some runes into your reading, shall we? So here we have, I believe we can identify this rune as Uruz, which corresponds to the letter U, and it is actually a symbol of the ox and strength. This is also a symbol of power, so I can see here that you're super passionate about things that fill you with strength and that make you feel powerful in your body and your existence. Let's add another rune. Okay. Let's identify what we have here, all my beautiful Capricorns. We've got Turisaz. Turisaz is the rune of change, catharsis, and Turisaz shows me here that you're super passionate about changing things for the better. You're super passionate about creating a completely new lifestyle that feels more lighthearted, that feels like it is actually helping you enjoy life to a whole another level. And you may have to, of course, free yourself from some of the things that were part of your schedule and your itinerary, as we have here with the no strings attached, reminding people that at the end of the day, this is your life, it's your decision, it's your time, and you get to spend it however you want to. And I do want you to also know here, my beautiful Capricorn babies, that July is a month in which you can definitely tell how putting things upside down and changing things around in the way that you were used to doing life is serving you immensely, is bringing you a lot of serendipity, as well as creating some best case scenarios that otherwise wouldn't have been possible, because sometimes we have to just shake things up and try new things to get unstuck in some of the routines we've been stuck in for so long. So all of my beautiful Capricorn babies, this is your July 2022 tarot horoscope that I have prepared for you. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Let me know below, and also, of course, don't forget to check out the Wild Muse Oracle deck. I will leave the link below in the description box. This beautiful deck is an amazing addition to anyone's Oracle deck collection. And also, if you're just starting off with cards and your spiritual journey, definitely know that this Oracle deck is super beginner friendly. It is unlike a tarot deck where you will have to kind of consult with the guidebook if you don't know exactly what the cards mean. These cards are pretty self-explanatory. It of course does come with a hardcover guidebook if you want to read up on anything, but you will most likely be able to use these cards intuitively without having to try too hard or do too much. So all of my beautiful Capricorn babies, thank you so much for being here and for spending this divine time and space with me. And I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, all of my beautiful Aquarius babies, and welcome to your July 2022 horoscopes. This is the second and even more personalized part of your July prediction, and I hope that you enjoyed the first part that you got to pick during the intro of this video. But now let's get into all my beautiful Aquarius babies' July predictions using the Wild Muse Oracle deck that I just published, of course, so you can get acquainted with this beautiful deck, its vibration, and its absolutely stunning cards. Now let's see what July's gonna bring you. I see here within rehabilitation that there's a lot of rest that you didn't expect that's coming your way, as well as breaking some patterns that have kept you confined in a space that you no longer belong in. Rehabilitation also shows me here that you're going to spend a lot of time just recuperating, as changing patterns and habits, it can be really tiring. It can be a lot for your system and a lot for you to keep up with mentally. I see here within prioritizing reflection that is exactly what you're doing, my beautiful Aquarius babies. You're prioritizing yourself, you're prioritizing some internal work that you've been putting off. And as an Aquarius baby, you are ruled by Uranus, and Uranus is all about change and individuality, and also reflecting on ways in which you are an individual that has their own needs, their own wants and dreams, and how that is so valid. And you don't have to feel as though you should fit in a certain box that society, your family, or your community has set out for you to live in. You can create your own space, and if needed, you can disconnect from anything that's making you feel as though you are confined. Within disconnect, I can also see here that you're getting rid of anything that makes you feel like a sense of addiction, if that makes sense, my beautiful Aquarius babies. If you've ever scrolled down a feed on Instagram, Facebook, whatever kind of social network you may use, you may find that it's actually a little addictive, and not in a good way, because you feel addicted to this dopamine high and these dopamine hits that it gives you. But I do also see here within disconnect that you're realizing that you never feel all that great once you're completely done with social media, or once you're completely done with these things that can be a little addictive. So disconnecting from them and maybe even doing a little social media detox is what I see for you for the month of July. Next up, we've got 0 F's given as well as sacrifices. You do not care about what someone may say you need to sacrifice during the month of July in order to create the life that you desire. Some people may say that you have to sacrifice a lot of your time or your energy in order to be able to make it in this world and in your career. But for you, you understand that if something is in alignment with who you're meant to be, it won't just be full of sacrifices. There will be a lot of ways in which you feel like you're doing the right thing and a lot of rewards along the way. Just as, for example, for me, my beautiful Aquarius babies, I do make a lot of sacrifices in order to run my YouTube channel and my online shop and to be able to do what I love here on this platform. But at the same time, I give 0 Fs about how anyone may tell me that, well, all you need to do is sacrifice, because I know that a lot of this is really fun. A lot of this is definitely, in a sense, a very privileged position to be in. And if you just see it from a different viewpoint, what may seem like a sacrifice, like for example, spending a lot of time doing work and a lot of time honing my craft, but it's also a great space to be in versus having to do a job or commit to a day-to-day routine that doesn't serve me, where there is no reflection, where there is no chance to disconnect from social media or from the internet. So it's important for you to bear in mind that sacrifices are different for all of us. And if you're doing the right thing for your life and your path, things won't feel like such big sacrifices because you know what the bright side of your decision looks like. Next up, we've got the Priestess of Purity. I see here within the Priestess of Purity that pure intentions are the most important thing for July. The more that you realize here through reflection that your motives are pure and coming from a place of caring, of loving, of wanting to do the best that you possibly can within this lifetime, the more you will be reassured that what you have chosen for yourself professionally or even privately within your own private life and your relationships is the right thing. I see here within the Rainbow Light Temple that you've got this inner light activation going on during the month of July, my beautiful Aquarius babies, where you're shining, you're sparkling from the inside. And I don't mean that in a cheesy sense. I mean that more in the sense of feeling illuminated, feeling like you've got more energy going for you, and you're seeing a direct correlation to disconnecting from the internet, from social media, from constantly having everyone be able to access your energy, and an increase in life force and vitality and your prana, because you're no longer feeling as though you're spreading yourself thin and like your energy is just in this leaky faucet that's constantly letting out so much of your precious vitality without your consent because you have no control over it. So I do see here that July is not only a month of rehabilitation, but also of realizing what areas of your life that you maybe had to disconnect from in order to gain more power and clarity and energy. Next up, we've got the Judgment card. This is a card of the major arcana within the tarot, and the Judgment card corresponds to Pluto. The Judgment card is the card of forgiveness and also of bringing things back up that you may have wanted to kind of walk away from. Being connected to Pluto shows us here that there are also some Scorpio energies, as a Scorpio is ruled by Pluto, and Pluto is actually a quote-unquote planet, if we want to call it planet, of power, transformation, and understanding your destiny. So if you've had a very hard time growing up or during the earlier parts of your life, and you feel as though that has affected you and you've shoved a lot of those memories and those traumas under the rug and just carried on, I see that here during the month of July, some parts of those are coming back up and you're going to have to face them and deal with them in order for transformation to be able to take place. Because sometimes when we think we've just buried some trauma and put it away, it's actually still lingering and still kind of affecting every decision that we make in our daily lives. So it's important for us to face them head on when they come up. No matter how difficult these traumas may seem, you can free yourself from their hidden constraints the more you kind of address your issues, and also seek out professional help such as therapy, and ensuring that you're putting in the work and the time to clear yourself of any type of guilt that you may have attached to things. The Ace of Swords shows us here that your mental force is what's really needed during the month of July. Being truthful, honest, and also seeking justice for yourself rather than judging yourself, and reminding yourself that in many instances where trauma is involved, It's not your fault. Don't victim blame or victim shame yourself, my beautiful Aquarius babies. You're definitely a sign that is super fun and can be pretty detached. So when you're dealing with deep emotions, it can be confusing, it can be a lot, and you can tend to go inward by blaming yourself rather than seeing that a lot of these things were out of your control and are not your fault. I see within the Two of Cups that you can get great support from a lover, from someone who cares about you very deeply. A Two of Cups is one of the most favorable cards when it comes to romantic relationships and love. This is a card that shows mutual respect and care. And I do also see here that if you want to spend time with a lover and someone who you truly care about and who feels the same way about you, you may have to disconnect from some of the sources of negativity that have been messing with not only the relationship you have with yourself, but also how that plays out into your love life. Just think about it. If you're, for example, constantly comparing yourself on social media to other people, or there are certain individuals in your life who are constantly comparing your accomplishments and who you are to someone else, telling you that there are other people who have accomplished more, or, well, you could do this or that differently, just like another person, that does mess with the confidence that you have in your relationships. That messes with how lovable that you perceive yourself to be, my beautiful Aquarius babies. And disconnecting and unplugging from that is going to do so much for how open you can be in a relationship with someone who is there to support you and who wants to be there for you, even through times of repressed emotions coming back up and affecting you. I see here within the Two of Coins that there is this balance that you'll find during the month of July, where you can tell that the more flexible that you are when it comes to your work, the more you can actually just have fun. Don't feel as though your work is just a 1 in a million situation. Of course, there are tons of jobs where you've got to be fortunate and you've got to have a certain background in order to be able to access those jobs. Otherwise, it is difficult. It's not impossible, but it's difficult. So once you have something like that locked down, you of course do not want to lose it. But I do also see in the Two of Coins and the Two of Cups that sometimes you've just got to put your relationships and human things before things that are material, before things that have to do with work and your own needs, or being there for a family member or a friend who is in desperate need. Sometimes it just takes priority, and it's not anything to feel embarrassed about. It is not for you to feel like you're doing the wrong thing, because there's definitely this feeling within our society that work always comes first. But I see here within the Two of Coins that you're finding a good sense of flexibility, of being able to juggle both, to juggle work as well as your personal life, whatever those commitments may look like. It may be children, it may be other relationships, as already mentioned to you, my beautiful Aquarius babies. And finding that balance is something that will not only bring a lot of joy, but also a lot of peace of mind to you, where you don't feel as though you're constantly making sacrifices that you don't want to make. So all my beautiful Aquarius babies, this is the zodiac portion of your July prediction that I've received for you. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Also, make sure that you check out the Wild Muse Oracle deck. This gorgeous deck has just been published, and I know for a fact that you're going to love this deck and get years and years of use out of it, as these cards quality is just absolutely amazing, and it is a very easy to use type of deck. That is why I created this Oracle deck for all of you who don't have any prior knowledge to tarot, or who want to add a fun, easy to understand deck to your collection. So thank you for all your continued support, my beautiful Aquarius babies, and I wish you nothing but the best moving forward, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, all my beautiful Pisces babies, and welcome to your July 2022 Tarot Horoscopes. This is the second and even more personalized part of your July prediction. I hope that you enjoyed part one that you got to choose during the intro of this video. But now let's get into all things Pisces for the month of July. I'm of course going to be starting off with the Wild Muse Oracle deck, which I just published and can't wait for all of you to receive in the mail. So let's get into it, my beautiful Pisces babies. We've got no strings attached. I can see here that July is going to be a very fun-loving month where you're not going to make any big commitments. You're not going to sign anything on the dotted line, whether that is marriage, committing to paying a lease on a new vehicle, or for example, a mortgage. I see here that the month of July is just not one of those months in which you're going to enter into any type of agreement that will bind you for a long time, for years or decades to come. I see here within emotional baggage that you're just not in the headspace for it, my beautiful Pisces babies. You are ruled by Neptune, and Neptune is the planet of healing, intuition, and spiritual awareness, and that's what you're about during the month of July. You also don't want to add one extra material thing that you have to pay off or work hard to own for, because I can see here within the month of July that you are more about freeing yourself on a spiritual level, on an emotional level, and actually detaching from things. So that is where no strings are attached for you. But also when it comes to romantic relationships, you're kind of enjoying your freedom a little bit more rather than wanting to be committed to another person. Let's move further into your reading. We've got beauty sleep. So all my beautiful Pisces babies, you are putting your beauty sleep first. That is an important aspect of July. Getting sufficient rest, and also understanding that there's no point in, for example, pulling all-nighters. If the next 1 or 2 days just end up being a complete loss for you, then you might as well have gone to bed at a reasonable time and then ensured that you still got some good work done the next day, right? So that is where I can see here within beauty sleep that you're seeing the true value in sleep, and you're starting to understand why there are a lot of people who say that they cannot live without their beauty sleep. I see here within your tribe, your vibe, my beautiful Pisces babies, that your friends and family are in complete support of you. They understand where you're going, what you're trying to do, and nobody is going to make life difficult for you, really. You've got your support system in place, and that's all that matters for the month of July. Next up, we've got disconnect for you. I can see here that you're going on some sort of hiatus when it comes to social media or checking your emails, just being connected in general to the internet. Your tribe understands the vibe. They understand why you're doing this, why you're taking a little bit of time away from this environment, and they are in complete support of you, my beautiful Pisces babies, as you inform them that you're about to disconnect. The most important thing, of course, is for you to keep the people who matter the most informed. Next up, we've got every step counts. You understand how every single day really does matter. Every step counts is also correlated to the number 22, which is a master number that shows duality, that shows that while big accomplishments do matter a lot and need to be celebrated, so do the little ones, as every single tiny little step that you take up the stairway matters and is going to bring you one step closer to that next goal of yours. And the journey is really what is important, as we spend more time on the journey than we do at the destination, because often we reach that goal and we reach the top of the stairs, but then we're already looking at the next flight of stairs that we want to walk up in order to accomplish more goals and reach more heights in life. So bear in mind here that yes, goals are important, but how you get to reaching those goals and how you get up the stairs, how you feel during this time is so much more important, because you technically spend a lot more time on the go, en route to your goals than you spend celebrating those goals, right? Next up, we've got the owl spirit. So all my beautiful Pisces babies, in the owl spirit, I can see that during the month of July, it's going to be really clear to you that in many ways in society, we have this weird notion of making the goals so important when actually that doesn't make much sense, right? How we get to those goals is how we spend most of our existence. And I see that you're debunking a lot of these myths or a lot of these things that go without say, such as celebrating goals more than paths and journeys. So within the owl spirit, you're really clearing up some of the programming that you grew up with and disconnecting from it really, and creating a new type of way of seeing life and seeing how you want to live life. Within the crow spirit, I can also see that you're all about co-creating with spirit, with your guides, the universe. You want to create a life that just flows effortlessly, where you can go with what feels right and you don't have to constantly overthink how other people are going to perceive your next steps and how it's just going to be seen as in general by your community and other people. Because in the vulture spirit, we have this mutual understanding, my beautiful Pisces babies, that no experience is wasted, whether that is an experience that ends up serving you or one that ends up teaching you a lesson. Both serve you in a way, right? Even if you do something or you try something out, whether it be a business or a new relationship or something in your personal life, in your love life, and you feel as though it didn't quite work out, it backfired a little bit. Well, now you've just learned which paths don't work for you and in which areas of your life you maybe already have systems and paths in place that work perfectly fine and that do not need to be changed. I see here within the antelope spirit that the month of July is going to be a very fast-paced one. There are going to be a lot of changes that are coming your way during the month of July that you're going to have to try to balance out and also find some sort of foothold in. I see here within the rabbit spirit that July, at the end of the day, is still going to be a lucky month for all of my beautiful Pisces babies, even though things are moving rapidly and you're not quite sure where you stand during some moments in time. I see that July is nevertheless going to be a rather favorable month for you, actually. Next up, we've got the buffalo spirit. This is confirmed within the buffalo spirit as we have this notion of the abundant universe providing. And that's one thing that you're being reminded of, that there is enough of everything in this world. There are enough clients to go around for your business. There's enough money for you to be able to lead a comfortable life. There are enough opportunities that can make you feel accomplished and give you some sort of sense of purpose. Don't feel as though we live in a world of scarcity, because that is simply not true. You just have to find ways in which you can see the abundance and continue to enjoy more abundance. Because of course, if we don't see in which ways we are already fortunate, it can be hard to attract more into our lives as we live in a space of scarcity, if that is the case. But when you become relentlessly grateful and you continue to just remind yourself that no experience is a waste, whether it is a learning lesson because something didn't work out, or you do have something fabulous work out for you and it is an obvious success, every single step counts. All of these things matter and make you who you are and make your journey so unique. So all of my beautiful Pisces babies, we are at the end of your July tarot horoscope. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Let me know below in the comment section. And also don't forget to go into the description box and check out the Wild Muse Oracle deck. I've been working on this deck for such a long time and I'm so excited to share it with you you, as you don't need any prior knowledge about tarot or oracle cards in order to be able to use this really fun deck. So ensure that you check this out, as this is really such a beautiful work of art, and I can't wait for all of you to receive your new Wild Muse Oracle decks. Thank you so much, my beautiful Pisces babies, for being here, for spending this divine time and space with me, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming predictions. Thank you. you.